It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has two main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasure sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players. It has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock. 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
Yes, he will! Here with the shotgun around the side! PGC champion!
Finding it hard to fight back against enemies? Is reloading not realistic enough? Is it affecting your battle experience? Does your motorcycle have a busted tire? Did you reach Conqueror tier and have nothing else to do? If any of these are relatable, then don't miss this video. Let's check out the various upgrades in PUBG Mobile V4.0. This version introduces a brand new weapon, the Mortar. It uses a special explosive ammo and deals tons of damage to enemies. It's great at applying pressure. The Mortar has 2 firing modes. Quick Strike mode lets you aim directly at enemies. Precise Target mode lets you strike areas beyond your field of view for amazing long-range coverage. Whether it's fighting back or providing long-range support, the mortar is an excellent tactical choice. We have also revamped reloading to provide even greater realism. To put it simply, if you reload your weapon before it's empty, you'll keep a round in the chamber. So after reloading, that means you'll have an extra shot available to you. We've also improved the idle and reload animations for empty pistols to keep you more immersed than ever. We've added crosshair style switching for the 4x scope. You can easily switch between them as you like. May you never miss your shots again. Now, when you burst your motorcycle's tire, you can easily swap it out for a new one. We've also improved the stability of mounted firing on two-wheel vehicles. Ride smoothly and fire with more precision than ever. Boats also get an upgrade. They travel through the water much smoother than before. Enjoy the improved naval warfare. These vehicle updates are sure to make matches even more exciting. Apart from battle-related improvements, Erangel's Lipovka has a new relaxation area. Take a break from the fighting and come here to gear up with supplies. Or relax for a bit on the swings and Ferris wheel. Get comfy on the battleground. C9S26 is here. Check out the new ACE-exclusive Path of Honor and rewards. We've improved tier objectives and added rewards for reaching the highest tier in the previous season. New legendary firearm is here. Challenge the brand new firearm combat power system. Your glorious journey begins. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. That's a brief overview of V4.0's classic mode updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
PUBG Mobile. Let's get it.
Ready to kill them, be my best mate. Dance because up as up, hit the ground. Pretty slow, but my blood runs high. But don't play me like a predator outside. My love got to sex no matter what. No, safe zones are closing, no time left to hide. No, when you're falling, singing like a battle cry. Adrenaline takes to feel right. We must one, and eyes on the bonus score. We hit us one. Let's go. Crazy chicken, they be my best mate. Crazy chicken, they be my best mate. Crazy chicken, they be my best mate. Crazy chicken, they be my best mate.
Cooking like a glitter, winner, chicken dinner. Moving like a thriller, winner, chicken dinner. Crazy chicken, they be my best mate. Crazy chicken, they be my best mate.
Crazy chicken, they be my best mate.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2 chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world expect I follow with my soul connect.
Hey.
In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
free. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. Hi everyone, I'm XL. The two most frequently asked questions I've received have been when World of Wonder would release after having been in beta for so long, and when we'd grant full creator access to players so they could realize their unique ideas. Today, I've come with the answers that everyone has been waiting for. I'm happy to announce that World of Wonder 1.0 officially launches in the next version. In World of Wonder 1.0 will significantly boost creator access, letting more players join in creating. Of course, we've also prepared plenty of rewards. World of Wonder cash incentives have increased yet again, reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. In 2025, we anticipate over 100,000 creators receiving incentive earnings. WoW currently boasts over 4.4 million maps. WoW maps have hosted over 33 billion matches. World of Wonder has over 1,000 dedicated influencers, bringing its maps over 1 billion views per version. If you'd like to become a WoW ambassador as well, you can join the Next Star program for smaller influencers for a chance to win a share of the $6 million cash prize pool. Some creators may wonder, my creation skills aren't really up to par right now. Will I still get the chance to receive earnings? Rest assured, everyone has a chance in the World of Wonder incentive program. Every step of the creation process counts. A lot of rookies tell me, XL, I don't know how to take the first step, or I lack inspiration. How do I even start? In World of Wonder 1.0, we'll gradually make the Smart Assistant feature more widely available. When you don't know how to get started or lack inspiration, you can turn to the Smart Assistant for help. Some creators wonder, World of Wonder looks difficult, and I know nothing about coding. Does this mean my maps will never turn out good? Here, I'd like to recommend our visual programming tool. Through simple configurations and logical calculations, you can design something truly unique without knowing anything about coding. It's sure to take your abilities to the next level. World of Wonder is also an open ecosystem that connects players around the world. For example, we're working with the Prime Minister's Office of Pakistan and collaborating with over 50 global universities to help students gain professional game development skills while discovering new career paths. We are also working with the United Nations to promote environmental and public welfare awareness. We welcome global brands, artists, celebrities, influencers, and map creators of all kinds to join the World of Wonder ecosystem. If you're interested in collaborating with World of Wonder or have any suggestions for us, feel free to contact us through official customer service.
Hi everyone, I'm JY. Now that World of Wonder 1.0 has launched, we intend to work with everyone to establish a mutually beneficial ecosystem for the mode. Players often complain that World of Wonder lacks challenges and rewards. In order to meet everyone's expectations, we're introducing the World Pass system in World of Wonder 1.0. By playing World of Wonder content and completing missions, players can earn points and get tons of rewards for free. Upgrading the pass also unlocks lots of customizations and exclusive perks. A certain portion of the earnings we receive from the pass will be invested into the World of Wonder incentive program, increasing our cash prize pool to give back to each contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. At the same time, we hope every talented creator's fantastic ideas will be worthy of praise and attention. In World of Wonder 1.0, the new gifting system builds a bridge between creators and players. Fans can gift special World of Wonder gifts to instantly give the creator a like for their creativity. These gifts increase creativity points, which can be used to unlock even cooler custom appearances and are displayed on the creativity points ranking. Top creators on the ranking stand to receive tons of cash rewards. All in-game cash earnings will be stored in the co-creation wallet for clarity and transparency. We've added a strict identity verification process to ensure the security of every transaction. We support withdrawals in the vast majority of countries and regions worldwide, allowing you to turn your creations into real-life earnings, no matter where you're located. World of Wonder 1.0 marks a new beginning. We hope all players with creative ideas are able to become game developers.
We will continue working on this mutually beneficial ecosystem so that all outstanding creators are well compensated. May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder.
May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder. Thank you.
The first Ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote to help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
Why?
That's the reason why.
Higher frame rate options available? Download PUBG Mobile version 4.0 for the smoothest victories.
Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new spooky soirée version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular spooky soirée. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In classic mode, Erangel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11th, along with the new firearm combat power system, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates, and that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time. New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. The first Ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote. Help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
At last, we are right back here in the English broadcast. My name is Kuku TV, together with the one and only Messiah Plays. After 1 week, we already know who's the champs in Super Weekend, week number 1. But we are now here in week number 2 to show you and to show everyone who will take that spot. And Aya, let me ask you this question. Are you ready for week 2?
Oh, I am definitely ready for week number 2, and I'm just very, very excited because as we've seen for the past week here in week number 1 for the PMCL fall, there are a lot of things that had happened and we were not expecting the ending, especially in the Super Weekend day number 2, wherein BG actually dominated that tournament or that day altogether. Next to them would be Young Galacticus. No doubt they also did very well, but overall, that was indeed a very nice play, a very nice week. So now for our week number 2, a fresh, clean slate for everyone. Most definitely, we are going to see some different teams who will rise to the top.
Well, in a world where speed and power and style define the winners, are the smartphone that stands above the rest. Meet the POVA 7 Ultra 5G, engineered for those who refuse to slow down. As the official gaming phone for the PUBG Mobile Super League, it supports PUBG Mobile at 120 FPS, delivering ultra-smooth competitive gameplay. Its 6.67-inch 1.5K AMOLED display with a 144Hz refresh rate pulls you into a world so smooth you'll never want to look back or look away. A 6,000 milliampere battery, 70-watt ultra full charge, and a 30-watt wireless charging. This isn't just a phone. This is a future in your hands. The POVA 7 series. So what a beautiful phone. If you need a brand new phone, this is the best phone to get.
Definitely, we're all eyeing on that Tecno POVA 7, and I believe for all the reviewers, that is already available wherever region you are in, so don't forget to check the stores near you, or probably online at the same time, because that will give you the ultimate gaming experience here in PUBG Mobile. But first, are you experiencing low frame rate, too much lag, device overheating, or consuming too much power? Don't forget to update to the version 4.0 so that you can experience a super smooth gameplay.
Enjoy the smoothest battleground. Also, PUBG Mobile version 4.0 Spooky Soirée is on the way. Get ready for a new gameplay and an epic IP collaborations unlocking by tomorrow. Big surprises are dropping this September and October, so don't miss out. Stay tuned for more spooky fun.
Ooh, spooky fun, but right here, more than fun, my game, my rule, my survival. We are gonna have the PUBG Mobile X PUBG XG Dragon. The launch date will be on September 10 for PC, console will be September 18, and on mobile is gonna be in 2 days, September 19. So don't forget to set your alarms, set that on your calendar so you won't miss out on this very nice update.
And also, the Lotus experience has arrived in PUBG Mobile. Take command of the road in style. Join the in-game motor cruise event and claim the iconic at Lotus cars, and precision, performance, and exclusivity await, available for a limited time. I have actually rode a Lotus in game already, Aya,
Ooh,
just
how was
last
the
night.
experience?
There was no sound, so this is a kind of a buggy car, in my opinion.
That's very nice. A silent ride, which will bring us, of course, that enjoyable game inside of PUBG Mobile. But first, going back to the schedule that we have for week number 1, we had finished that already from September 10 to up until September 14. And right now, starting a fresh week for week number 2, September 17 up until September 21. And we're going to have a rest next week. And then the grand finals will be on October 3 up until October 5.
And the tournament format, guys, we know that we're already in the group stage. But again, after the group stage, after the 2 Super Weekend, we're going to go for the Smash. If no one smashes, everyone will play all the 14 games in the Super Weekend. And the grand finals will take place on October 3rd until October 5th. It's a 3 days grand finals with a Smash rule coming in. And again, the league stage points carries over as a head start bonus. And you're going to see more of that in the next slide. There you go. As the league rank points will be taken by each teams every Super Weekend. And again, to just explain you a little bit more about the Smash rule, again, they would need to get that match point during the first day of the Super Weekend. And then right after is when they smash. If they can get the winner chicken dinner, that is basically a smash. And it also takes place in the finals. So there's a 3-day finals. Second day, they will set up the match point. And on the third day, they can go for the smash.
And for those who have watched week number 1, most likely they are aware and informed of how that smash rule will actually be applied inside of the game, because we maximized 8 matches for that week. But for this week, who knows? Let's see and wait for the Super Weekend. But first, what does it take for everyone is a $40,000 prize pool with the distribution on the screen right here. For the league, the first place will get 2,400, second will get 1,600, third will get 1,200, and so on and so forth. Meanwhile, for the finals, the first will get 5,000 USD, second will get 3,000 USD, and half of that will go to the third place, and 1,000 for the fourth place, and so on and so forth. But the good thing here is that everyone will go with something, will go home with something, so they will not receive $0 right here. They will get the minimum of 100 and even 250 in the grand finals.
Yes, indeed. But here's the new groupings for group stage week number 2. And on the previous week, I did mention that Group E was the group of death. So let me ask you this question, Aya. Which group is the group of death for week 2?
Oh, that is a good question right here. I might say Group B. Having YG right there, having Hyra right there, we've seen their performance, and even, of course, GG. But for IQ, they still have to prove themselves in week number 2. So I believe it's really leading towards Group B. How about you?
That's a very good question as well, Aya. Well, definitely I would go lean on to where YG is. Again, they are the defending world champs in the PMWC. Yes. They are the defending champs in the previous PMCL summer, and then here in fall, they're still the team to beat, in my opinion, even though Burmese Goals was able to get that number 1 spot in week number 1. But anyways, Aya, here are the matches for tonight. We're gonna have Rondo back because Rondo was excluded in the last 3 days of week number 1. But here, day number 1, as announced an hour ago, Rondo will be back. So what do you think will happen now, Aya, here in Rondo?
That is really quite interesting. As we've seen for the previous week, Osja got a chicken dinner in this map. We have also seen MSI and even Burmese Goals take 1 for the count. So I believe after that week number 1, all the adjustments would be made. But I still do think that the chicken dinner would be around those 3 teams that I've mentioned.
Well, after that Rondo, we're going to have 3 Erangel maps here as usual, and then the 2 Miramar maps. And with Rondo, what I just saw from the last week's matches, Rondo it's a pretty slow match from the very beginning, and then eventually by stage 5, or maybe even stage 4 onwards, then it goes fast, it goes quick. Again, recalls are going to be made by these teams. Eventually, they will regroup, but the ones who gets the center of the circle usually would have the big advantage, because here in Rondo, Aya, the circle is kind of a bit of shifty, in my opinion.
Yep. Yeah, we do experience those hard shifts inside of the map of Rondo. So that would really determine how would the teams rotate. And of course, with that happening, we will definitely see how well will the teams be able to adjust and adapt with the situations right in front of them. Given that we are mostly used to playing in Erangel, in Marmar, and even in Sandhawk. But for PMCL this season, we're not having Sandhawk anymore. I do kind of miss Sandhawk, I do miss the areas and the terrains inside of Sandhawk, but I guess we're gonna have Rondo for the rest of the year, which is something new and probably something refreshing for us too.
Yeah, it's very refreshing to see a brand new map in the competitive scene, most especially during the very first day, actually, of Rondo. We got a glimpse of someone using a stun gun, so that was a highlight play during match number 1 of the very first Rondo map in PMCL. We'll see that again. Like the player who will use that stun, just in case no bullets would connect with all the ARs, UMPs, DPSs, or any other guns in the game. That gun is a very, very useful weapon, just in case you just need it right at the end. And that was a Mango versus a Romeo highlight play, which was eventually used by Mango, and then Mango eventually punched Romeo to the face and got him eliminated. But eventually YG bounced back right after that match.
Definitely. We all know how Young Galacticos manage their games. They don't really leave themselves at the bottom. They really strive to go back to the top no matter what happens. And that is what Young Galacticos did at the end of that series. But again, Young Galacticos, BG, a very, very close fight. What can you say about those two Myanmar teams that we have seen for week number 1?
Well, BG, they have the pedigree, in my opinion, because they have the lineup where there's a couple of players of them where they came from Genesis Esports, which is kind of like what happened to YG right after that Genesis Esports disband. So I think they have the pedigree, they have the potential, and they're just using that potential during week number 1, and they're showing that they can actually level the game together with Yangon Galacticos. What Yangon Galacticos needs to do now in week number 2 is to prove that they are the defending champs, so that going in to the grand finals coming in October, they won't have a little bit of that hard time, because again, remember, the head start points, they are very important, Aya, by the time that they get into the finals.
And speaking of our Myanmar team, speaking of those teams who got those league ranking points, I would like to talk about Nexus Vanguards. You've mentioned, of course, BG having those players from Genesis Esports, but Nexus Vanguards also has a Zai, or previously, right now rather, Superboy from Genesis Esports in Nexus Vanguards, also having Cage from Time to Quick, having Loki from Young and Galacticos. But they actually did not do that well during week number 1, ending on the 13th spot with just 2 league ranking points. Do you think they could still be able to catch up with the happenings here in week number 2?
Well, they need to catch up, knowing that Nexus Vanguard ended up at 14th spot in the overall rankings right after Super Weekend day number 2. So they need to get that group back. And if you remember way back in PM's summer, they really had a good outcome right at the end in the grand finals, where they were the runner-up of the PMCL after Yangon Galacticos. So they really need to do something. But I want to talk about a specific player from Burmese Goals, Yatka. Yatka being the Terminator of the week with 77 eliminations. So what can you say about Yatka?
That is really interesting, because we always see him, of course, getting those kills, but probably not having much of those highlights, if I might say that, because we always highlight different teams. But that is really good to know that Yatka was the one who got most of the points in that week number one. So really, this is the guy that you, or of course and everyone else, should not underestimate, especially in the coming week number two. We are gonna again start from scratch. We are gonna have 0 points. So if you're gonna let Yatka and the gang, especially in Burmese goals, to get those points, most definitely they could even have a back-to-back win in the league stage week number two.
Well, Yatka needs to be consistent though, because again, from the previous season, we didn't see this kind of Yatka. So if he can manage to do the same thing in week number two, then we'll definitely see Burmese goals to run the show for week number two. But other than Burmese goals and Yangon Galacticos, let's talk about MSI, or Misfit International.
Oh, yes.
Again, the addition of Range, a former player of Aramibro, a former player of Rangers, who is now the IGL of MSI. They got top number 3 in week number 2 here in the group stage for PMCL Fall. Now, they only got 104 points though. So do you think that they can even manage to, go even higher than 104 compared from, last week to now?
Yeah, I actually do think that they can. We know that after the addition of Range, there had been a lot of adjustments with the side of our MSI. They dropped to different points now as compared to their previous season. And with that influence of Range, I think it is quite becoming effective in a sense, but quite different than what we had, because for week number 1 in the previous season, previous split, they were able to smash that smash rule in week number 1, but that was not the case here in PMCL Fall. So I think they can still adjust for week number 2, and probably they could go even higher than 104.
Well, enough of the talk. Let's count it down now to the start of Rondo. I understand PMSL already had started in Southeast Asia. I think they're running in match number 2. But here is match number 1 for week number 2, day number 1. Let's go to Rondo.
Welcome to Rondo, everybody, as we start match number 1 out of 20 for group stage day number 1. So comment right down in the comment section. We might be able to read them later on. Who are the teams, or who's the team that you are actually cheering for in this match? And we will see if you are having that blessing onto our teams. But as we have the playing path right here, this goes from the northern side onto the southeastern side.
Well, this flight path, again, it's just one flight. Normally, you would see 2 flights in Rondo. So it comes from the northern side down to the bottom of Jadene City. They will probably adjust your Aya, but again, we don't know yet their specific dropping points, most especially that we only have this one flight path. But we can see now 2 teams hot dropping right over here at the northern side, TTQ and Good Game Esports.
Ooh, we will see who will actually win in this battle as they throw that frag grenade. No one will be damaged, but Zuki will be quite near to 3 of the players, or even Merkel, onto the other end of the bridge right here. Who will be the first blood? That is going to be quite interesting, as this is still going to be a 4v4 situation, but I think not everyone is ready for that battle.
And you can see now Master D2K, also known as Shroud, just trying to find enemies, as the Vaughn right now is already in position with an AR AUG to the face of Bunny. And someone just chatted on chat. They don't need recall anymore, but looks like TTQ
we do have
need some recall right now. They are at a recall tower currently. Gus looking at a recall tower, but again, they're surrounded by Good Game, as on the kill feed, Mango goes down courtesy of Alex of GOA, as they're looking now for Miracle of TTQ. TTQ will just have to be patient now, Aya, with this type of situation, most especially that Good Game Esports is challenging them here in a recall area.
And on the other side of our areas, we also have a different battle between NGGZ and Goa. But of course, we are going to push through with this engagement. TTQ Miracle will be knocked down coming in from GG Master Dijokin. That is going to be an instant elimination from their end. But Time to Quick This will also be taken down. Izuki will be the final player left for Zadra. Time to Quick. And if ever that they will be wiping this squad quite early, that is indeed a quick elimination in the game. And just like that, although Astro was knocked down, they were able to secure all of the players of Time to Quick.
Well, TTQ, that was a quick wipe without even able to get, recalled by their teammates. But again, it is what it is as we go now here to the defending champs. YG, Smile getting hurt. And they are up against Team IQ. This is actually within their group right now at Group B as XZY rather. Just waiting for the S12K. Oh, he actually knocks down one. Romeo gets those shots in, but Mernat jumps out to knock him down. And we'll confirm him right away. Looking at the minimap currently, Aya, looks like there is a third party coming in. This is infamous X Xaviera, who is now looking for that probably the last guy of IQ. And right now, here comes Isay. Jumps down. That was a very fear at all. Oh, but he actually gets shot by Master Hong. Oh my G. Unfortunate for Isay, but here comes the backup. Forsaken goes for the confirmation. And I think there's still a player left for IQ, and they're now going for the recall.
Oh, nice one. They were able to get that recall. But on the other side of the Rondo map, we have had those battles actually happen between NGGZ and our ATSX. I'm not quite sure which team got eliminated. But first, we're going to focus on the battle right here in Fizivera, still versus our Young Galacticus Master Smile, heading onto this rooftop, trying to have a better perspective onto Fizivera. They were quite open, but he did not take that shot. He rather opted to go for a trigger discipline, but for Isay, he was spotted eventually by Master Smile, and he got taken down.
Young Galacticus, they're actually battling against two teams, and they are able to sustain. It is just so amazing to see how Young Galacticus is playing this game right now. Ooh, say Cloud though, not able to get a hit there with the JS9, so he backs out, try to go for the first aid. As Smile still holding on the roof. Say Cloud goes down though. Lion goes for the confirmation. Smile jumps down as he takes out Claude. And for IG, they're actually recalls here. Most likely Romeo is the one in charge. Ooh, and look at that. Smile goes for the knockdown, but here comes Forsaken again. Always at the back of his teammates, Aya. And looks like they have cleared the area of Danchin. Young Galacticos will just go ahead and go for the recall, so they will have their second life used already.
I think that is the smartest thing for Young Galacticus to do right now, as they already lost two of their players, but with the help of that recall, which we actually need, they were able to manage to have that full squad again in this game. But around the corner, they also have MSI around, which is MSI Pretzel specifically. So let's see if they're going to go for that revive. Oh, no, that will be a knockdown onto YG Master Smile. So that was an unsuspected action coming in from behind. Nice one for Pretzel, but unfortunate for our YG.
Yeah, for YG, Pretzel is now looking at Young Galacticus. Currently, if you look at the mini-map, they're all scattered. One player off from YG, which is Smile. They will lose the IEL. But eventually, they're still, a three-man squad, still strong squad. Ryman already confirmed Smile, as Ryman is now going to go for the spray onto Say Cloud. Say Cloud will have to back out in the open. That's so unfortunate for Say Cloud. So for YG, they're left with only two players here in this game.
Yep. That is indeed unfortunate, as they just came from that revive, from that recall, and now they're losing two of their players again. But they have a different contender. NX Superboy is just right in front of them, as Bernat tries to damage that vehicle, but he wasn't successful in doing so. They don't have anything to do right now but to just stay safe for a while, as the players of MSI most likely would want to push forward, and even from the end of the NX Superboy.
This is unusual for Young Galacticos to be, struggling in Rondo. Remember, they were the Kings of Rondo in one of the regional tournaments that we had previously this year. And right now they're left with 2. So more than likely, they will just hide and maybe just focus on objectives and rotations. So let's see later on what will they do as Misfit International. It's just not yet leaving the premises of YG. There is also another team coming in, which is Nexus Vanguard, which is Superboy. You did mention Superboy as a former player of Genesis Esports. He was a former player of Genesis Esports. He did go by the name of Zai Aya, but look at that. Monboy knocks down one from CTS. So it looks like MSI is actually scattered all together in the map and doing kind of like a double duty search operation for the enemies.
And now they're facing CTS right there with Pretzel pushing forward at the same time. All the stage will be thrown but will not be received so much by our team. With one more attempt, who will receive that one? I guess nobody from the end of our CTS, but as they push forward already, they're having a bit of that hesitation, a bit of that struggle into trying to make sure that one player, or at least one, would be knocked down. But with that nade coming in from CTS goal, he needs to keep his cool right now, as MSI would want to go for that revenge, but Ryman will need to be secured so that CTS will have one less problem. As of this moment, they're trying to go for that revive, but CTS will receive that counterattack action coming in from Demius at the same time. One more will be taken down onto our MSI, but they only have one player left. This is going to be a 1v1 situation. Monboy versus that player from CTS. That will be Demius right here. And with that S12, okay, with that shotgun action, we are going to be finishing off the rest of CTS.
Again, that's the risk of you not having someone ready at a recall tower, Aya. Kind of like what happened to Time to Quick Esports, where they have all 4 members in one city or compound. So, again, for CTS, they would have to learn from that mistake. For MSI, they lose members, but again, remember, they still have another life to spare. So they can go to a recall tower and, revive their teammates.
They could definitely do that right now. But on the screen is our number 1 team from week number 1, Burmese Goals. But here for game number 1 and the map of Ronda, they're quite quiet, and their rotations, they were not able to run into any other team. So that means that they are safe as of the moment. For MSI, Monboy was spotted. So they are having a bit of a struggle right there, as they are just left with 2 players and one will be knocked down. So Range would now have to focus on going for that revive and successfully was able to do so. Monboy, though, was on the roof, but I think he could still be revived for as long as nobody is around the corner.
Yeah, I think Range already got the recall. Monboy, though, probably needs a recall. But on the kill feed right now, and actually on the screens, we have some sort of engagement between ATS and the Nexus Vanguard. And for ATS, this is a team that didn't really qualify through the first Super Weekend, so they need to do double duty for this week in order for them to qualify through the Grand Finals. At least probably get the top maybe 8, maybe 9 in the Super Weekend later on. But, ooh, look at that. Another Monboy appears on the kill feed. He goes down. Chi goes down as well. But here comes GOA. Rex now, together with LX coming in. And look at that. Zio now. Ooh, I think he's trying to escape. But look at that. Peanut from behind, though. Gets LX down. Another one goes down for ATSX. Peanut will be the last one who has flanked them from behind. GOA, I think they can probably corner him. Oh, but look at that. S12K now. And also, that M4 he's now using all up against GOA. He's now left with 2 players left to go. And there you go. Pacquiao eliminates Peanut. And that is it for Atlas Misfit.
That is actually good for our Goa, as we have seen on the code feed earlier on that they had a different battle with another team. But they were able to eliminate a full squad of our ATSX. But wait! There's more. MSI would also want to join this engagement. Coming in from behind, going up Pacquiao needs to go down because he would receive those full bullets of our MSI as he goes for, actually not only MSI, but we also have IQ from behind. So they are caught in between 2 teams. This is quite difficult for Goa.
Yeah, very difficult. IQ now, they got that one elimination in that early engagement. as they're now focusing on the rotation. Currently, so far, Pacquiao though, all alone now for GOA at this very area. MSI, Ryman going to throw those nades, but he's actually overthrowing the nades, not knowing that Pacquiao is just right below him.
I don't think he knows, but for KJ, they had one elimination onto our GG, but we're not quite sure where they are at right now. Pacquiao, though, will receive those bullets coming in from IQ, but he needs to run for his life if he still wants to survive this engagement, as they still need to push forward the safe zone.
Right now for GOA, looks like Clay Jr. one in charge to go for the recall tower, able to go for the revives. I think he actually went out of the blue zone, and this is kind of like the meta been using by some of the teams if they got into a bit of situation, while Min from Hybrid X RA Esports able to get one there. That's going to be Master Hong from IQ. And they do have Nady just right in front of them. Nady now needs to do some little bit of defense. As you can see, another one goes down here for IQ. And IQ right now, I think they're getting sandwiched by some teams as Munboy gets one more off from GOA. IQ now is getting sandwiched by Team Hybrid XRA and NGGZ.
Ooh.
So this is kind of a little bit of a hard situation for IQ.
Yup, definitely not a good positioning coming from their end, and he even just has less than half of his HP right here on the ropes, but will he be able to survive? Nope is the answer. That was courtesy of our Hybrid X Rising Aces, eliminating the rest of our IQ. They had a long battle going on right there, but that was the end of them here in match number 1. Before the PH versus PH battle, we have NGGZ versus Infa, Zaviera, and even joining would be Hyra.
And Capo is currently down. They need to go for those revives. Currently, Circle is just right nearby Neox Factory. Just a little bit short. There we go. It actually shifted. Still within the reach of Neox Factory. K1J is actually at the middle portion of the circle now, as we are seeing a battle happening between NGGZ and Hybrid XRA. Currently in the blue zone. They need to recover. They need to reset, as they will need to get into the circle as well. Looks like NGGZ now is left with MM. Not so sure if he's going to go for a recall. Looks like he will go for a recall. But this is a very dangerous recall if he's going to try to get inside Huaxing. Did you know, Aya, that there's AI or bots?
Yes.
Like soldiers right inside this area. So he's just going to go for the recall, and then eventually they will get into the zone. But it's going to be a hard task knowing that they're going to be coming from the blue zone.
That was indeed a huge risk, but I guess that was favorable for the side of our NGGZ, and that was quite worth it, most especially if they are to be able to get inside of that safe zone. But we have guards in front. That is going to be our Young Galacticus. We'll be able to gatekeep those teams coming in from the eastern side, such as Infa, Zaviera, BG, and even NGGZ together with Hyra. So they really need to be extra careful, because there are a lot of teams right inside, especially for YG waiting for their movement. But for NGGZ Minor, he's still taking his time, even enduring the pain of the blue zone, because he doesn't have those utilities yet. He doesn't have those equipments yet, and he just tried to survive. But for Infa, Zaviera, Forsaken, I don't think if he will be able to survive.
Oh, and Forsaken will be spotted. He goes down and out. That's going to be Jarrell now. Will be spotted as well by Hybrid XRA. They need to be careful, though, because they're getting some shots, probably coming from YG or maybe Burmese goals. But right now, you can see now. Ooh, coming in is Ryujin.
Ooh.
But will be spotted by Romeo, and now will be gone. Ooh, but they're going to have to defend. Oh, there's actually Godspeed, who will be spotted by Mernat. He goes down. Another one goes down for Burmese goals at Liliatka. Knocked down by K1J. But here comes YG. It's going to be a 2v2 battle. Now it's going to be a 1v2. Here comes Mernat coming in together with his teammate. It's JS9 now being sprayed down to very low HP, but he goes down with the S12K of Unknown. Mernat only has 3 shells left. Opts in to go for the revive. 1 more shell left. No more bullets for the S12K. So he's going to be forced to be using an AUG, and he backs out. Umer not almost get hitted by that frag grenade. Infamous Xavier, though, will be eliminated,
Ooh, nice
and we are
one.
left with 11 teams in this matchup.
This is a nice strategy that we have seen from YG. They know that that was a dangerous position for them to be at, so they try to get inside of a safe area. Ooh, nice one! Coming in from YG Romeo, eliminating BG Master Itchy, who lost his patience, waiting for our YG. That was exactly a good move coming in from YG as they were able to survive. But wait, we have here a survival battle between GG and KHI, and from the side, we have Geishai Jappy, who actually managed to knock down 3 of our players from our Good Game Esports, and they are just looking for the final member who is just still trying to escape.
And they do have positioning advantage against Good Game. As Claire right now goes for a 1v1 here with Kaya. Ooh, goes for the spray of the M4 up close and personal. Might as well go for a different scope, Claire. That's a very close player enemy right beside you, but that is it. KHI, Claire will be able to eliminate Good Game Esports. They occupy the northern side of the...
GG's to GG as they were eliminated, but they were able to take 6 eliminations with them, so that is still not too bad for our team. With those teams just sitting around the outskirts of our safe zone, we have your NGGZ quite near to MSI Pretzel as they crawl forward. Let's see if they will meet each other, or will they be able to meet those teams coming in from outside, such as Nexus, Vanguards, and even one more team. So not the best spot for Pretzel to be at, but I guess that is still better than nothing.
Right now, what MSI needs to do here is to just be careful with using those emergency flares. Last week, we saw someone get hit by that block, that triangular block. And they didn't really had any choice. But look at that. Joji now sprays. ATS moving into the circle inside the zone. And looks like they will be able to safely get in. As they are currently sandwiched. If you look at the mini-map, they're sandwiched within 2 teams. That's NGGZ and Nexus Vanguard Minor. He's using all of the cover possible here so that he won't be spotted. He won't get hit. On the kill feed, though, Claire goes down. Dre goes down with a frag grenade. MSI will be eliminated courtesy of ATS.
Ooh, bye-bye for now towards our Hyrene XRA. But wait, we have a battle right here. ATS versus Nexus Vanguards, and even YG versus our KJ. Oh, almost hitting ATSG right there. But with that molly coming in from outside, one will be taken down. But with those nades and with that explosion, Hachi will be knocked down. Waiting for moving coming in from Nexus Vanguard. KKZ will be coming from this side with one more throw of Molotov onto our ATS. Dre will be spotted. We have their Nexus Vanguard trying to survive with only 3 players left. Meanwhile, for the side of ATS, they only have one. I believe that is God7, who needs to hide very, very well because the 3 players of our Nexus Vanguards will actually push forward already.
And 7 will have to go for the heals. He only has bandages. He will have to defend against 3 players of Nexus Vanguard. Does have... Ooh, we actually got spotted already. Superboy now comes in. Ooh, with that S12K to the face of 7. As they occupy now this area of the circle at the lower right-hand side. KZ goes down, I think, in the blue zone. But they're not going to be pressured by NGGZ. As Joji now comes in together with his Dasha. Superboy will have to defend against Minor as Minor now puts in the pressure. And Minor will just probably try to, you know, pressure for a little bit from a different angle. Kane from K1J drops him down. Minor is still alive, but he only has 30 seconds to think about on how to get into the circle.
K1J, also one of the teams that we weren't able to see in the Super Weekend of week number 1, so they really need those points quite early in the week in order for them to have a good foundation towards the rest of the week, and hoping that they would be entering our Super Weekend this time around. For NGGZ, throwing those smokes so that he can hide himself as he runs towards the safe zone. But oh no, as he goes out, all the eyes of our players from Nexus Vanguard will be on on him specifically coming in from NX Superboy. I don't think NGGZ Miner would be able to survive, and he has that half HP loss. But with K1J Kane joining that engagement, he actually helped NGGZ Miner to go inside.
And now Miner, this is a very risky spot. Oh, I think his vehicle. Oh, look at that! I thought it was about to explode, but he found a very huge bush to hide the car and even hide himself.
Let's see if that is going to be favorable for him. That is not going to be the best spot, of course, but at least he is inside of the safe zone. He's just going to wait for all of the movement coming in from of our other teams. But for NX Doji, he was spotted by Clay Jr. and NX Superboy coming from the outside. Now he will actually be left by that safe zone as did towards the middle portion of the for Goa Clay Jr. They still have 3 players left, and I think get with our KChai and K1J, our strongest contenders in getting that winner chicken dinner. But for NGGZ, MM was not able to survive any further, and he goes out of the game at rank number 6.
And Superboy, he's the only man remaining for Nexus Vanguard, who's just edge of this blue zone. And he's going to be out in the open. If he actually gets out of that tree, he's now going for the healing game. And looks like he doesn't have any choice anymore here, Aya.
Yep.
Ooh, and he will be spotted by Nye Pacquiao. GOA eliminates Nexus Vanguard.
Our Goa, this is really a good storyline for them here in game number 1. Earlier on, they had a bit of that hiccup quite early in the game, but eventually they're now here in our top 4 teams, and they could also have that chance of getting that winner chicken dinner eventually. So GG Goa, but let's see how this game will end. We have 2 teams from Myanmar, Goa and YG, 1 team from the Philippines, KChai, and 1 team from Cambodia, K1J. And with those placements, with those positionings inside of the circle, we have a good spot leaning towards our Goa. But the question is, where will the circle go this time around? Where would that shift towards, and who will get the blessing of the circle with KChai having that split? Oh, actually, Goa still has that favor right now.
Yeah, GOA, blessed by the gods of PUBG Mobile, as they were able to get the circle in that shift for stage number 7. So this means that KHI, K1J will have to do a lot of tasks in order for them to be able to get into the zone. But looks like, I think, K1J would have a much easier task here compared to KHI. KHI, up on the northern side, there's also YG Aya, who might gatekeep KHI on getting through the northern side. Oh, but look at that. 1 sec. Gets Murnat down with a headshot, as he's going to be revived by Romeo. I'm not sure as well how YG will get through the circle, because it's just so open from YG to the circle.
Yep, very much open. They don't have anywhere to hide to, anywhere to run to, and they have a lot of eyes focused on their spot. And just like that, look at that, Romeo struggling to even run through that area, and Claire will be spotted though coming in from Mernat. Nice counter attack coming in from YG, and they're taking these emergency flares as their hiding place from the perspectives of our other teams. KHI Claire will be confirmed right away, but for K1J, Sora K spotting Jappy and Meg, what will still happen during that time for YG. They're still not inside of a circle, and they were not able to even secure that spot.
K1J still strong with 4. 5 elim so far, and what they're doing is really using their vehicles as cover as they move through the circle. KHI, though, they do have that hill, but they're right at the edge. They cannot even go forth through the middle portion, as they're still continuing on spraying on both K1J and GOA. Looks like GOA, they're kind of stuck in this big compound that they have. And the next circle, Aya, will determine who might probably win this one. And look at that. GOA still, the blessing of the gods of PUBGM is still with their side.
I think Goa are really the lucky ones in this game. They're taking all the favors and they're not giving a bit of that luck onto either our K1J or our KHI. And with them taking solely that part of the safe zone, they really have that highest chance of getting that winner chicken dinner if they are able to manage that efficiently. But for K1J, they could also disrupt that stance coming in from Goa and even KHI. Probably they could battle out each other first, just like that. K1J Sora K will be seen by Jappy from the side, and just like that, that was a very quick elimination onto K1J.
Oh, and look at what Jappy and Migs is doing right now. They're creating a little bit of that bunker that where they can actually hold on so that they won't get spotted easily by GOA and K1J. This is a really smart play here by Migs and Jappy. Now they set up the smoke, so they will also have some cover, all because of their vehicles that they have currently so far. They're the ones putting the pressure on K1J.
Oh, huge pressure onto K1J. Oops, we have here 1 second. He just have 1 second.
Yep. Oh, and there we go. That's Migs, who goes down. Yepak Kiao takes down one more of the players of K1J, and that is it for KHI. Still, advantage for GOA. Ooh, and Yepak Kiao will be spotted, though, by God Muzu, as now the advantage is still with GOA as they take match number 1's winner chicken dinner here in Rondo.
Oh, now I'm here. I'm inside of the game already. And again, GG, well played. Goa takes that win. Well, no doubt, they took all of those luck inside of that circle. They are having a lot of those players still by the time that we ended our match. So, again, Goa taking that winner chicken dinner was a no-brainer for all of us. But again, nice try for those teams who tried to take that away from our Guardians of Angels. They were able to guard their number 1 rank here in this match. And what a way to start our week number 2. That is courtesy of our Goa. Let's see how well they're going to be able to maintain this momentum that they are having for the first match.
Well, the momentum will probably change because, again, Rondo is a different type of map compared to the next map, which is Erangel. And also, the circle just went right over to GOA. There's like 2 shifts of circle that GOA got probably lucky for, and they just gatekept both KHI and K1J. So let's see if they can bring this momentum over to a much different type of map where you would see those top-tier teams like YGBG would normally flourish. So let's see if GOA can do that. But for the meantime, Aya, GOA got 7th spot during week number 1. And this is a team where they play good. Sometimes they play bad. They need more of that consistency here in week number 2.
Definitely, consistency is what we are looking for from the end of our Goa. We have seen them, as we've mentioned, play some good games, with also not so good games. But here, they definitely played a good one. So that gives us the stats that we have on the screen. Goa played with 3 eliminations and 470 damage dealt. For Goa KS, he dealt 2 eliminations, 4 to 5 damage. Gapika with 5 and 8 to 8 damage, and Goa Rex with 149. So when it comes to the damage, we have the highest one for the side of Gapika. And if I'm not mistaken, is this their first chicken dinner all throughout since week number 1? Or
not so sure with that stat, Aya.
Yeah, I think
they did got a winner chicken dinner during Super Weekend, Aya.
Oh yeah, but for the first 3 days, I don't think they were able to get any. So I guess this is their second overall, but first for week number 2. So that is probably something for the side of our Goa.
And those were the highlights for match number 1 here in week number 2, day 1. GOA takes their first winner chicken dinner for week 2. Total of 21 points is what they got here. KHI with a strong early performance here. Usually KHI, Aya, they would not have good games in the early stages. They're kind of a late game team, in my opinion, in my analysis. But others are actually doing fine here. K1J getting 11, but not so good for BG. BG only getting 1 point out of this match ranking for match 1. But again, it's just match number 1, guys. There's still a lot of matches to go for week number 2. A total of 19 left to go. But again, the story so far here is that the champions for week 1 only getting 1 point in match 1.
That just clearly shows us that it could be anybody's game here in week number 2. Just going back to the points that we have here. Top 4 teams, we have Regoa taking 11 eliminations, KCHI with 7, K1J with 5, YG with 6, and we have also seen several teams getting 8 eliminations in that match because we have the factor of that recall system in the map of Rondo. So I'm just glad that those teams got the chance to maximize their elimination points inside of the match, because for the next games that we are going to have, we are not going to have the recall system anymore. So that is exactly the perfect time for them to take those skills in. So now let's see. Go nga Pacquiao. He says, shh, I got this. We have your 5 eliminations coming in from him. 8-8 damage was dealt, and 5-1. That is actually a high damage output coming in from our opponents onto nga Pacquiao, but he was able to survive, and his damage distribution was actually quite good, quite fair, having 13% of the headshots.
Love that. Love to see Nga Pacquiao showing some flashy poses for his MVP thumbnail. But anyways, we're done with Rondo. We're gonna go through the Erangel tour in a bit, but for now, we're gonna go on a short break here. Aya and Kuku TV. We'll be right back for more PMCL action. And we are flying to the second match of the day. Erangel. It's going to be the map. Flight path coming from the right side of the map. Going to the western side part of it. Looks like it's going to be from the bottom side of the map as well. So this is going to be an interesting flight path, as you would normally see teams drop at the northern side. So there are probably going to be other teams who will drop on a different dropping point, or will probably just get a vehicle. So we might probably see also an early engagement here with some of those teams who goes to the northern side. Next is Vanguard will now go to their usual spot at Novo.
Yep.
You would see GOA also at the area of Sosnovka military base. But remember, Aya, every match has different groupings. For match number 1, it's going to be A, B, C, and D. So it's actually the same.
For game 2. Yes.
Yeah, for group E, they will not play this time around. So you still won't see Austria, Max, winning a future, and also SBD Vicious. So we won't see the hot drop session that Austria and MSI has been doing here in Pochinki.
That is one of the drops that we are all waiting for to happen, but that is not going to happen here in our game number 2 for week number 2, day number 1. But wait, we are seeing a different battle that could happen right here. ATSX versus our Hybrids X Rising Aces. Onto the air of Lubovka, we have their only one player, which is actually Zio, versus a full squad of our team. Hyra going for that knockdown, coming in from Hyra Hash with his UMP 45, and with that confirmation coming in from Hyra Men with just less than 2 minutes on our clock. We already have seen our first blood.
And I'm not sure what happened to that drop, or that one player of ATSX dropping alone in Lipovka, and then you could see the rest of ATSX dropping on a different location. Like you could see one here in prison, and I think there's another one right nearby, which is Peanut, who is now going to be pushed by Hybrid XRA Esports. And now Nades flying in. Peanut has a DBS though, but he goes down. Capo gets him. 2 players already down and out with only less than 3 minutes of match number 2. This is a different Hybrid XRA Esports that we're looking at right now.
And that is also at the same time very bad for Zara ATSX, as they're, of course, wanting to get inside our week number 2 super weekend. But at this rate, at this match number 1, that I don't feel they have a solidified dropping point. They are quite all over the place. They had players drop to several places, which actually did not turn out well for them. Losing 2 other players and probably 1 raged out of the game, already disconnected at this point. That is, well, for ATSX, they really need to reassess their dropping points, specifically in the map of Marango.
And also knowing that Atlas Misfit did not qualify in the first super weekend, also they would need to do a double duty here in the remaining matches that they have. I mean, they need to start now, because there's only 3 days of qualifying through the second super weekend, which is today, tomorrow, and the 3rd day. So they need to do something. They don't need to do these unnecessary hot drops, Aya. They need to go back to the drawing board. I think they have done it already during the 2 days off that we had. So, again, these errors, this must be avoided by ATSX.
Definitely, as they cannot afford to lose any more of the matches, and they cannot afford to lose any more of our days. Because although we have 3 days, that wouldn't be enough for them to actually secure that spot onto our super weekend. And even in the super weekend alone, even if they get inside that, as you've said, they need to do a double duty. They need to step up their game in order for them to be qualified for the grand finals. But moving on to our different teams right here, just also looking at our scoreboard so far. Of course, points would be quite near to each other. But for MSI right here on the screen, they could also have a good chance later on in this match, as they are just around on rank number 7, and they could easily get those points raked in later on, but that also goes for several other teams. So again, at this point, this could still be anybody's game.
You know what? I have some insider news with Misfit International.
Ooh, what's
Uh,
that?
their boot camp right now is located where, if you remember, Hive International.
Oh yeah, I saw
So
that too.
Hive International is lending their own boot camp so that
Hmm.
Misfit International have their own now. So it's a little bit of collaboration on the background.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And a little bit of help coming from Hive International, which again failed to qualify through
Hmm.
the PMCL qualifiers, or the PMNC rather. And just hope to see them again, because
Hmm.
I'm a big fan of 762, which
Hmm.
is the IGL of Hive International. So I hope to see them again here in PMCL.
Yep. And I think that is also a good use of the boot camp. As you've mentioned, they were not able to get in here in PMCL. So at least they are having a team using their boot camp right there. But for the teams again on the screen right here, one of the teams too that needs a lot of those points in order for them to be qualified to the Super Weekend and eventually and hopefully for our grand finals. IQ, they're still not doing so good, especially after that game wherein they only had 1 point. But I do hope that this would be their time for redemption here in the map of Rango.
And you can see now the mini map here. Nexus Vanguard, very nearby is Claire. Claire is the IGL slash scout of KHI Esports, as they're now looking for a place to go. I'm talking about Nexus Vanguard. Currently, you can see Burmese Goals already in position now together with MSI. These are usually the teams that goes to the middle portion of the zone
Mhm.
so that they would have most of the space for the next circle. And you can see some sprays now being done by MSI, and these are teams just rotating in at the northern side of the minimap right now. Master Ichi hears those gunshots, but again, they have a better position on the other side, which is MSI, so they don't see them much. As for GOA, they're going for a late rotation
Mhm.
from the bottom side of the map. They came from the Sovsnovka military base area. Again, there this as well for match number 1 in Rondo. And with this late rotation, I think they're gonna go in late as well through the middle portion of the zone.
And at least for a while, they are going to be quite safe and they're going to be able to avoid those unnecessary battles, just like this one in front of VG would be Nexus Vanguard, and that will be Joji taken out of the equation right there, losing one of the players for Burmese Goals. I think they're starting that momentum right away, but let's see if they will be able to be consistent in this match before Nexus Vanguard's having lost one of their players. I don't think that they would go for that push already, but rather they would wait for the movement of the next circle. And speaking of next circle, that is indeed a hard shift towards the southwestern side of the previous circle.
Wow, a very interesting circle here, Aya. I think 1/4 of the circle is in the water area, so this will limit the area of space where teams can go into. Burmese Goals now will go forth towards that zone. GG as well is now getting into position. Looks like they're kind of nearby the middle of the circle now, which is the swamp area. And they're just getting right through. Still no engagement yet so far, but lose 3 players already. And 2 of which is actually coming from Atlas Miss. And right now, Aya, nothing yet happening. Ooh, but you can see now some knockdowns on the kill feed. Mon Boy from MSI already confirmed by Dre of ATS.
Oh, that is a nice one coming in from ATS, but unfortunate movement coming in from our MSI, losing already 2 of their players, and oh no, almost 3 for Zed of Pretzel. He's heavily damaged, he would still have to face IQ and even our GG, but he was able to replenish a bit of his HP right there with those bullets also coming through. Let's see if what will GG do. Will they push forward or will they just wait for the movement coming from our MSI? And even Burmese Goals are lurking around this vicinity.
And MSI, they lose Monboy, but again, with two members, I think there's still a unit. Mernat, though, will be able to nade Mango, but there's going to be some trades from Jarrell as he actually eliminates Mernat right away. And now nade's coming from NGGZ, but there's going to be a nade also coming from Smile, but they back out. Romeo and Smile backs out. NGGZ has the advantage here over YG. And if you look at the numbers, YG does have only 2 players left against 4 players. Say Cloud is already down, just right behind that vehicle and the smokes. And Miner now just leading the pressure towards YG. Ooh, Smiled out. Will throw that nade. A little bit of splash damage onto Miner. But still, NGGZ will not stop. And now they get in. Romeo, though. Oh, no. 2 members goes down now for NGGZ, Mango and Jarrell. But here comes Mike, the final member of NGGZ. But he goes down, Aya, as Young and Galacticus now able to stand strong. But here comes the third party. But I'm not sure what IQ is doing.
Oh no, this is going to be a huge one for IQ if ever that they will be able to wipe our Young Galacticus coming in from that battle. We always almost see YG facing our Hyra, but right now, or rather what did happen was they faced with our NGGZ, which did not turn well for the favor of our not so good gamers. But right now, YG is still on their feet with 3 players up and alive versus the full squad still of our IQ, trying to challenge them right here, throwing all those bullets, trying to throw all of those nades in, but is not successful in any of those attempts. One more try, but nope, that will not be received by our YG. And in any case that YG retaliates in this moment, I think they could still be able to wipe out the rest of IQ.
And now Say Cloud I think he got hit by the frag grenade. Another nade coming from IQ. I think this is a pretty slow third party by IQ. If they're looking at the kill feed, they should have just, went for the push towards Yangon Galacticos. But then again, it is what it is for IQ. They will just have to go for the nades. On the kill feed, though, Master D2K goes down and out. Min also will go down as I say will explode. There's a bunch of things happening on the lower right-hand side. Aya, GOA, I think they have already eliminated the players of Infamous X Xaviera. That's it.
I think they have one more player. We're not quite sure because we just lost NGGZ earlier on. But again, going back to this battle, this had been stretching for as long as, I don't know, for a few minutes already. And I don't think our IQ would be able to survive because they already wasted a lot of their nades earlier on. And now this is time for Young Galacticus. This is their time to shine indeed. Now throwing those nades in. Oh, almost receiving that one. Coming in from Yakola. One more attempt will be thrown. But Molly will go to Yakola right here. And he will be receiving a taste of hell. And will be knocked down with that Molly. And this is now the chance and the time for YG to push forward all of those frag grenades in order to secure the elimination and even knock down more of players of our IQ. But wait, there's more and one more nade coming from YG onto Nady. What an ironic moment right there. But YG Say Cloud is waiting and just trying to be patient for a while as they check the surroundings. We are also having one more team, which is K1J. But surprise, surprise, coming in from IQ, they eliminate the rest of our YG.
That third party was very detrimental in this engagement that they have against IQ. YG, the defending champs, goes out. And now K1J has the chance to go for the third party. And now, looks like they're circling around. Checking first. Ooh, but they come in. And 1 second goes down instead. Nady confirming right away. And now for K1J, they're left with 3. But they still have the numbers advantage. 1 goes down now. Circle has shifted. ATS now has the circle. But here comes another team coming in. This is going to be Hybrid XRA now coming in. Ooh, but looks like the defense of IQ, they have defended it so well that there's only one more player left for K1J.
A lot is happening right here. I'm not quite sure what is going to happen and what is going to be favoring our team IQ as they already lost two more other players. It will all just boil down to Yakola to defend the rest of the team. But K1J will be taken by both Hyra and our IQ. But with that confirmation coming in from Ryujin with that frag grenade, we have that elimination in the bag. Yakola will be sandwiched by two players of our Hyra right here. One more nade attempt, 2 more seconds, but that would not damage him. But with that shotgun action coming in from that DBS, final bullet is needed to eliminate the rest of the IQ, and that will be it for IQ, courtesy of our Hyra.
Capo went in and just went guns blazing with a DBS, eliminating the rest of IQ. Now, here comes BG. Pretzel is the last guy. Oh, no, actually, there's still more members left.
Ooh.
4 MSI, but only one now. With that nade connecting from Godspeed, and another one goes down. Misfit International is now gone from this matchup. And Burmese Goals now back from that lackluster play from match number 1, only with 1 point now, with 4 eliminations so far here, with 8 teams remaining in this matchup.
Indeed, this is the redemption time for our BG to be able to make up for the points that they were not able to get during that match number 1. As GG is just watching their movements from the sidelines. They're waiting for them to probably escape that spot first. But wait, BG Unknown is here trying to throw that nade onto CTS Wowim, but would not be received as well. Wowim holds that PP19 Bison in order for him to be able to knock down one of the players of BG, but his answer would be, I will try to go and escape this positioning so that he would be quite safe. And coming from above, he has those cover fires coming from his teammates, but will he be able to escape? I think he will. For BG Unknown, let's see what will happen later.
That was just a bait play by OM. They do have a much better location as they're now able to gatekeep Burmese Goals. But looks like they're going to get into position now to engage with CTS. And right now, OM will set up the smokes, making sure that they are going to be covered from all angles. But look at that spray from DOS. Able to get those damage up, down to just half HP, I think. Ooh, but look at Liliatka with his vehicle not able to get close to Demios because Demios has that SLK on him. Now with a spray of the AUG, OE goes down. Courtesy of Cool will be confirmed right away, and Burmese Goals, with just a blink of an eye, all of a sudden they're now out.
That was quite fast. We just commended them that they were able to get those points here in match number 2, and just like that, within a blink of an eye, they were also eliminated in this game with this exchange of frag grenades coming from Hyra onto our GG. They're still trying to go for that revive, but I don't think that will be possible as ATSG would be able to secure Capo in the process. As the circle moves again, that will be favoring Time to Quick and even Goa and a bit of our ATS as well.
And now, right now, for Hybrid X RA Esports, they're now left with their IGL Ryujin, who we actually talked last week. Aya, a very, very shy person.
Yes.
They do study the game well. Being rookies here in PMCL, they're just exceeding expectations. But right now, they're on a bit of a pinch because they're left with only one, and they're not even inside the zone. And Good Game Esports trying to gatekeep them as well. Together with ATS, who was already inside the zone. And for CTS, after BG, they need to run past Pacquiao of Guardians of Angels. And looks like they're going to pick this compound. Ooh, but from behind now, with a spray from Pacquiao, OM goes down. But good thing he has the small shack to give him that cover. Drain right now from ATS. Will try to cook up a nade, but he actually cancels it out. The remaining players of CTS now comes in, and looks like they're gonna get some reset here at this very compound. But still, for the others, they're having a little bit of hard time at the edge as Hachi from ATS goes down. Devon goes for the confirmation. Ryujin still alive. Aya at the edge of the circle.
Wow, that is going to be a mission impossible for Eugen for him to be able to get inside of our top 4 teams, as he is the Lone Ranger for our Hybrid X Rising Aces right now, as he would still have to face our GG. And with that nade through the smoke, I think they will have to face each other, and then this is exactly that battle that we were talking about earlier on. And with those shotgun actions, GG Astro confirms Ryujin from our Hybrid X Rising Aces, and onto the side of CTS and our ATS, they were able to eliminate the rest of our ATS, so that CTS now takes this compound all for themselves.
And I'm just not so sure with that split by ATS. It was just way too far from each other, and they don't even have a chance to, cover them up from afar. So that 2-2 split, again, for ATS, very different game style, to say the least. But for now, CTS gets their compound. Circle is still within the reach. Goa for Pacquiao and Alex, they're still alive, and they are split it up as well. Circle is now going to come to a close with still a lot of time. 35 seconds left. There's not much of any engagement as of yet, because they already had battled at the edges, and this is a very interesting circle, to say the least, Aya.
Yep.
But you can see now Devon crawling his way, trying to look if he can actually try to get a knockdown onto ATS. But I think, or CTS, and CTS is actually planning on going for a rotation, or the next rotation after this circle. But looking at the situation here, looks like Devon is in a bit of a trouble.
Yep, he is indeed in a bit of a trouble right here as CTS moves around with their vehicles. Oh, he just needs to pray that those vehicles would not run into him as he just lies down on the grass fields. Demi is trying to push forward a bit. Will he go to Devon? I'm not quite sure about that, but I think he aims to do so as the circle closes in a few more seconds. Both of them are just testing the waters at this point. CTS DOS throws that frag grenade onto, I'm not quite sure who was he targeting. I believe one player for GG, but Boem almost run into Devon, but Devon would not escape those bullets anymore, and he will be taken down.
Yeah, WOM spotted him right after he run past Devon, but Astra will be the last guy for GG. But I'm not sure if he's going to survive that, as LX now will be pushed by KHI. Jappy goes down and out. TTQ able to defend themselves over there. But looks like LX will have to defend against 2 KHI players, Claire and Blanks. By the way, Blanks is playing, but look at Claire comes in straight up with that S12K. And they eliminate the winners of match number 1. We're left with 5. And again, Black's playing for KHI. That's a different type of KHI that we're looking at so far.
And we're looking forward to the performance here in this game. But first performance is coming in from Astro on the CTS dose. Despite being solo, he is managing to get those skills in. But as he moves forward, he would be meeting our KHI. Not only KHI, also some of the players of our ATS, if they are going to opt to go to that route. But for time to quick, I think they would have to face ATS for a moment. God7 throws that nade onto Gus, but that would not be received.
And God7, together with Cheat, they are a bit of on a pinch here against TTQ. They're up against... Ooh, and how? How 7 survived that frag grenade? I'm not sure as well. But right now, it looks like TTQ knows that they do only have 2 players. Oh, but look at that nade now. God7 also with a DBS, knocking down 2. But God7 goes down. Cheat down to half HP. Gus now, looks like he goes for the revive. And look at that. Clutch Molotov by Cheat. But he's on fire, but he survives with all players of TTQ. Clutch revive as well. And they're in the circle. Nobody else will eliminate them. And now we're left with 4. CTS, GG, KHI, and TTQ. Who will take match number 2?
That was a miracle run for the side of Time to Quick. They were all heavily damaged, but they were able to secure our ATS, the final 2 players of our team. But speaking of final, we only have your final 4 teams in the game. KHI, CTS, GG, and Time to Quick, and GG Astro just proning amidst this grassland. don't think if he would be surviving the next few moments, most especially if CTS moves forward or opts to go to decide where GG Astro is hiding as of the moment. But for KHI, they could also have that chance later on, as the circle is actually favoring our KHI. They're having a good chance onto gatekeeping those teams who would want to join that safe zone.
As someone once said, touch some grass, Aya.
Yes,
Looks
literally.
looks like GG Astro is laying on the grass, just literally laying on the grass right now. But you can see that the circle went out of the way of CTS, so this means that they will be forced to make up a play here in order for them to be able to push KHI. KHI will be the first team most likely will be pushed here by CTS.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see how will they make this play.
Yep, we would have to wait for that to happen. But first, Tanukik Bunny was able to spot CTS DOS in the process, but WOM took that chance to push forward already in this area as Demius spots Tanukik Gus at the same time. They're just all having their gatekeeping actions, all of these teams. Meanwhile, KHI, they're just chilling around the middle portion and they're just waiting for everyone else to battle it out. Before Gus, he would have to move away, he would have to bail out. Meanwhile, for Demius, I don't think he has that privilege to do so because he's out in the open, and just like that, Bunny took that chance for him to be taken out, and we have our GG Astro holding his pan in his hand. I'm not quite sure what he is trying to pull off. I think he just went for that longer rotation to avoid those battles around the middle portion, but from above, KHI Blank spots time to quick miracle.
Yeah, that longer rotation made TTQ go for the push instead first onto KHI, and now Claire just waiting for someone to get in. Ooh, Gus goes down. Oh, but not Claire, but it's actually CTS who went for the third party from a different distance. And look at this. Astro, touch some grass. Now you go out of the lobby. As now Blanks comes in from the backside. Bunny goes down. Zuki is on very low HP. And Blanks and Claire defended the fort so well. Makes it a PH versus PH ending here. With a 3v2 situation, Cool right now knows where Claire is as he gets in with a DBS. Also with the Molotov. Shot to the face of Claire. Now Blanks with a 1v3. Can he make a clutch? I've seen Blanks do this, but it's just way too much. Blanks goes down and CTS Esports gets the win.
GG, well played for CDS getting that match number 2, and that was also a close fight because they had a bit of those hiccups along the way before getting this winner chicken dinner, but at the end of match number 2 they were still able to end it victoriously, so GG's to CTS.
Yeah, I was kind of like questioning their rotation at those last moments. Instead of like going for that fast push, they went for a much longer push, whereas it made TTQ go for that push first instead of them. So that's a really good decision there by CTS Esports. And they just went on a third-party run. And Blanks, unfortunately, cannot clutch a 1v3 there. So again, good plays being shown by CTS Esports, who did fare in their first Super Weekend, by the way. They lasted all the other 16 teams, then they got 8th place in the first Super Weekend. So I think, I mean, in my opinion, I mean, they got the early league rank points already, but I think they need more of that in the second week.
Definitely, but I think they're actually tied up with Goa having 5 points in their bags. But let's see if they will be able to add more onto week number 2, as we have here the winner chicken dinner team stats. Cool with 7 whopping eliminations with 561 damage dealt. WOM though with 4 elements dealt and confirmed only, but having higher damages compared to CDS Cool with 691. CDS lost with 2 elements and 447 damage, and Demius without eliminations but with 606 damage. So Demius also provided so much of that firepower, but he wasn't just able to secure those damages and even that one knockdown on into an elimination. So still a good contribution for everybody else here in CDS as they took that winner chicken dinner.
For me, it was all-out team effort here for CTS. I mean, Demios didn't really got any eliminations, but he did provide information at the very end. If you can remember earlier at the end, he was able to spot the one player of TTQ. But anyways, Aya, let's watch the highlights from the very beginning. Beautiful highlights there in match number 2 as, again, CTS Esports gets the winner chicken dinner. Total of 23 points in the bag for them. A different CTS Esports, to say the least, compared to last week. So I think they are just building that momentum in the first Super Weekend, and now coming into day number 1 of week number 2. They got that momentum with playing all of those Erangel matches. Remember, Aya, Rondo was like removed in the last 3 days of week number 1. So I think they played so much Erangel to the point that they are able to get through those right rotations. Most especially with that type of circle, Aya, that's a very, very interesting circle so far in match number 2.
Very interesting circle. Indeed, and with CTS getting that winner chicken dinner, I hope that this starts their good momentum inside of the game. We did not feel them so much during week number 1, as we've mentioned. They played several good games and several not so good ones. So with them starting off strong, let's see how well and how else they would be able to manage week number 2. But on to the second page. Those that did not manage to get any more points, that would be ATSX and Nexus Vanguards having 0, and GGZ only having 1, and Fizza Vieira as well, only having 1 elimination. For MSI, they got 2. For YD, they got 3. K1J getting 4, and BG getting 5. So these are the teams that some are usually on to the top of the leaderboards, and some are quite used to being onto the bottom side. But for our overall rankings, this is how those points translated coming in from match number 1 to match number 2. Goa still takes that first spot with 26 overall points, and 1 point between them would be CTS getting 25, KHI having 22, K1J having 15, JG, YG having both 13 points, Time to Quick with 12 on ATS with 11 tied up with Hyra and NGGZ. So there are still a lot of things that could happen, a lot of stories that can still unfold, given that the points are just quite near to each other.
And always remember, guys, that there's still one group that hasn't played any game yet, which is Group E.
Yes.
So you'll get a glimpse of them in the next match, which is match number 3, which is the Erangel map. But before we talk about that, let's talk about the top 4 teams here in match number 2. We have CTS Esports, Time to Quick, KHI Esports, and Good Game Esports, with CTS getting the most out of the elimination with 13. And GG, they really had so much hard time at the northern side of that circle, so they didn't really had much of that firepower that they brought in the last moments of this matchup. But when it comes to utilities, Aya, it's good to see that CTS was able to use their smokes at the latter parts of the match, because those were very important smokes. Without those smoke grenades in the last moments of that game, they won't be able to hold on for a little bit and let TTQ go for the push first. But the MVP, will be Cool of CTS with a whopping 7 eliminations. This is the most out of the 2 matches so far that we've seen.
Yep.
And Cool is just basically showing the veteran presence here for CTS.
And not only that, he wasn't able to get a lot of those damages. He just got 16. So if you want those type of gameplays, you should update to the super smooth graphics available in version 4.0 so that you can enjoy more frame rate options. So from medium to high, from high to ultra, and from ultra to extreme, and even devices support 90 120 FPS. So don't forget to update right now so you can also experience those moments inside of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, just so unfortunate for my device, Aya. I didn't get an updated frame rate, so I'm still stuck with the 60 FPS. But anyways, I'll just buy a new device, right? I'll just buy that. I'll just buy the new POBA. Yeah, the new POBA device. I heard that new POBA 7 Ultra has the 120 FPS.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So, for those who would also want to experience that firsthand, don't forget to check out our Technopova 7 Ultra 5G. But for now, I think we are going to go on a very, very short break before we start our next Erangel matches. Welcome to our second Erangel map for today and our third match of the day. So we are almost halfway through our week number 2, day number 1, and we will now know who will take this second Erangel map as our playing path is coming on from the area of Izarki onto the area of multi-power. Finally, a different playing path in the map of Erangel. So this would now quite test the dropping points of those teams, and it is going to be quite favoring those teams dropping in Jorgable, specifically our YG. And again, this is the first time for our Group E to play, specifically for Team Max, Osja, WIOF, and SPD Vicious.
Yes, Ostja is now back. But the big question here is, will they continue on dropping in school, or will they try again in the area of MSI, which is in Pochinki? We had that little bit of that rivalry in the early stages of week number 1. But looking at the situation so far, looks like they will continue with whatever they have done already in the last 3 days of week number 1, which they drop at school.
But right now, I don't think we are seeing early engagements yet, or probably later on once they drop. We have just 2 teams near to each other. That will be Time to Quick together with GG, but I don't think they would really approach the spot where they are at right now. But even though they won't push through with that drop, they are still going to be seen by GG, and with GG having that advantage dropping onto the houses right here, they already knocked down around 2 players, I believe. 2 players of our Time to Quick.
Yeah, it was Bunny now who got knocked down and now will most likely get confirmed by Master D2K. DOS also will go down on the kill feed. Ooh, cool. Also, MVP of match number 2. What's happening in this early stages right now here, Aya?
Oh, no.
And actually, you know what? This is good for TTQ. They lose 2. Now they eliminate 2. So a little bit of that trade-off for Time to Quick.
And with that trade-off right there, it's quite unfortunate again for our Time to Quick that they lost 2 of their players early in the game, and the same thing goes for our CTS having lost 2 of their players because they got that winner chicken dinner previously, and now they got that curse as well. Moving on to game number 3. I just hope that they last longer out of the game, and Time to Quick Bunny also rage out of the match and probably just will be waiting in the lobby for now. Suzuki is still watching right here. Probably they're going to discuss some things later on.
Well, I think Zuki will still be there because I believe he's the IGL of the team. So he will still, do a little bit of those commands, even though he's already out. Just to help out the cause here for TTQ.
Yes.
I mean, there's still a chance to win. I mean, sometimes if you're left with 2 players, you just have to play a little bit too safe so that you will be able to last the whole game. But
Yep.
I mean, there will be other teams who will be more aggressive. As we look on the replay, how Zuki and Bunny
Just one spray.
just got knocked down by the players of GG,
Ooh.
and then there's also this early elimination onto CTS Esports. So CTS cannot handle that hot win. They weren't able to reset quick, so they will also be left with 2. So they will be on the same situation here with Time to Quick.
Time to Quick said that if they lost 2 of their players, they also need to take 2 of the players of the other teams. And unfortunately, they ran into our CDS earlier on, and that is exactly what happened to them as well. So really unfortunate moments quite early in the match, but we are almost 5 minutes into the game, and we still have 16 teams complete and intact with 60 players remaining. So a lot can still happen right here. Oh no, KHI Jappy has those bullets coming from the side of MSI. Range will be throwing those frag grenades right here. And that will actually be an exchange, but that would land perfectly onto KHI Jappy with those additional bullets coming in from Pretzel. That will end one of the players of KHI.
And KHI, another team who did lasted from the previous matchup, looks like they're still thinking of what happened in match 2. Oh, another one goes down for CT. Yes, who was able to get a headshot onto Demios. So yes, we'll be left with only one. And more than likely, Aya, I mean, what usually happens here is that they're going to be the first team to be eliminated. It's just so hard to rotate in, in a match wherein there's still like 16 teams remaining and then you're left with only one player in your team. It's just very difficult to, do rotations with only one player left.
And with CTS only having one player, there's really not much to do aside from hide from anyone else, from everyone else, and to not try to overextend. So that is really going to be an additional struggle coming in from our CTS. But let's see and wait for their journey on how will they be able to survive this engagement. But for Ramazan KHI, one more will be taken down. KHI Blanks will say goodbye, coming from the hands of Monboy. So one for range, one from Monboy, and two out for the side of KHI.
And this is happening onto the top two teams right now. If you look at the leaderboards, top 2 and top 3, to correct myself, and this is just so unusual for teams who has those momentums coming into this game. But again, adjustments are made by the other squads, and look at this one now. KHI still being pressured by Team Max. This is their first game, I believe so, right? This is from Group E.
Yes.
Who hasn't played so far, so they're very fresh. And Mix right now will be battling against 3 players of Team Max, so we will try to defend using those frag grenades. For KHI, I'm not sure where's the other one, and it is actually Claire, who got spotted by Ostja, and that is it for him.
Why is KHI on different places too? Like they're all over the place and they were just knocked down one by one. And we are left with only Migs right here in front of a full squad of our Team Max. And as much as he wants to defend himself, that is not going to be an effective movement coming in from our KHI. So now the BG heard those bullets, heard those gunshots. Will they go to our Team Max or will they opt to move around? I think they would just avoid that battle for now and they would leave that situation right away.
And for KHI, this is what usually I would see KHI be in. They basically struggle at the early stages of the day and then eventually try to bounce back at the latter parts. But they started strong with the first 2 matchups, but now looks like there's not much of energy left. So for this one now, as Miner goes down and out, courtesy of BG. As for KHI now, leaving this game early, they will have a lot of time to rest up for the next game.
Yep. But right now, as BG actually left that possible engagement between them and Team Max, now they are going to face our NGGZ, and that went well for their favor as they took 2 of the members of our NGGZ. But where would the circle go? Will that comprise a bit of the SMB island or only onto the main island? Who will take that favor right here? And actually, a bit of SMB and 2/3 of our main island, which will actually favor our MSI, SBD, Time to Quick, CTS, and those other players around the middle portion of our circle.
And you know what? If GOA was here, they would actually level because remember they dropped at Subska military base, and I believe so that this game I think there's no who actually took that Subska island drop. So for now, it'll be open right at the bottom side of the circle. I think CTS is right over there. There's one player right nearby the middle. He will have to hide until he will get spotted by a different team. But for GG, they do have 3 eliminations here so far. A very strong early game for Good Game Esports. And looks like they will rotate from this area, which is the northwestern side now. I think they're trying to get to the middle portion of the circle.
I think that is what most of them would aim for a while as they take that side of our safe zone. BG would just go around our team WIOF as that would also be their first game. I think BG would want to avoid them for now, but YG would actually approach and will cross paths together with GG, but I don't think they would go for that first move just yet as Master Smile just scouts the area and just looking for those other
Octocus just taking what GG had earlier on. So to be on the upper hillside for now, but Mango. Oh, with a frag grenade from Zayo, and that's gonna be it for not so good games, and it is a not so good game at all for NGGZ as they are gone early in this matchup. But they're not done yet, Aya. They're not done yet. There's some team rotating in. This is IQ. And with their reset happening right now with Monboy, they will be able to actually get one down. That's coming from Zayo again.
What a nice cover coming in from our Atlas X Zayo onto our IQ in order for them to just interrupt what IQ would be doing onto the rest of the players of our ATX right here. As Vina will be spotted though by Osdifer and G coming in from the sides. They would also want to join that engagement right here as Beanut would just want to hide for a while. He would not be able to push IQ Master Hong and confirm that elimination, but Zayo would go for that one. ATSX Monboy though was spotted by Osdichop to confirm that elimination. But again, movement from the zone is happening in a bit. And where would that circle go? We are not yet sure. Ooh, an interesting circle again.
Yeah, very interesting circle. Again, if GOA is here, they're going to love this circle. MSI now will be right at the middle. There might be a team who would go for a hard rotation from the right side bridge coming downwards to that bottom side of that circle, while Extreme is still on the spray down. Peanut goes down, though, courtesy of Austria Esports, as Fern G confirms him. And Master Hong also will go down as well. So a lot of happenings right at the edges of this island. As you can see now, Burmese goals from the northern side of the zone. Ooh. Top goes down. Lucky goes down as well. As they now go for Burmese goals because is Team Hybrid XRA together with SB is playing their first game. Oh, and look at that. He goes down, but look at the bottom side. Hybrid XRA eliminates Milo.
Oh no. We have several battles going on right here. Ojinang X spots WIOF Gray, and going to the gray area would be his teammate as IOF minus pushes forward so that he would escape those blitz further coming in from Osja, and BJ Anon will be spotted by Hyra Hash. We have a lot of things going on right here, but Godspeed confirms Hyra Capo. Master Ichi will be spotted by Hyra Hash, and Yatka coming from behind, throwing those blitz onto our team. Hyra GG Astro will be spotted by What You Say Cloud and confirms that elimination right here. Yatka Godspeed pushes our reviving players coming in from Hyra, but will they be able to go for that revive, or will they be confirmed by BG Godspeed?
It looks like they will be able to get the revive. Godspeed, unfortunately, did not connect with the Molotov. But now here comes the frag grenades. Team Hybrid XRA Esports needs to regroup. But look at Godspeed, unable to switch guns in order for him to be able to knock down the players of Hybrid XRA Esports. And looks like they're going to go for the run as Team Hybrid will now back out and will not engage for now. And looks like BG will just try to go back and maybe replenish the items that they have lost. Team Max, though, they push us right through this garage station as Shin is right over there just defending it. As we go back here to TTQ, CTSOM, it's a 2v1 situation. This is just basically a continuation of whatever battle that they had earlier on in this matchup.
Yep.
And now OM cancels out the frag grenade throw. Miracle. I think he threw that nade off as he dealt a little bit of a damage of it on his own. And now look at the circle again. This will shift again. OM surviving, dealing a little bit of splash damage. Another shift of that zone. What is this type of zone now, Aya?
I don't know what's happening right here, but we know what is happening on the screen. Team Max versus MSI as Mad Dog will be spotted. Spyro at the same time. Adrex with the final player right here, still facing our MSI, but Woem manages actually to knock down Time to Kick Gus, and Miracle will be the final player wherein he needs exactly that Miracle run in order for him to win this battle versus our CDS Woem. Will CDS Woem be able to clutch this one out? I think he needs to push forward before they go for that revive right here, but both of them are just waiting for each other, and that final bullet from that S12K finishes off CDS.
A valiant effort for WOM. Unfortunately, 2 is better than 1. And they are now left here with 11 teams in this matchup. TTQ survives. And by the way, the circle shifted right through them. So TTQ will not do much of any movements. So they will just have to defend that compound that they have. Little Yatka goes in. Just nearby MSI. This is a very, very risky play here. Godspeed is already down. As more than likely he won't get that revive anymore. So Little Yatka stuck in the middle, surrounded by a lot of teams. Let's see if he can try to defend this one.
And with the movement again coming in from the circle earlier on that we have seen, just a little bit portion of SMB Island was comprised here in this next safe zone. So that will give a bit of that trouble for Team IQ. I believe they are coming from that end, and those are the teams at the same time. Before Ozra right here, they just swifted their way through this warehouse in front of our SBD Vicious with no damages dealt. I think SBD should have gate kept them earlier on so that would be quite easier for them. But here for YG, Murnut joins that battle onto our Hydra, which actually JD started that engagement, but not them will be securing that elimination.
Ooh, frag grenade coming in. Shroud. Oh, just a little bit of splash damage. Hash down to half HP. And GG Esports already has 6 eliminations so far. They have that momentum now coming into stage number 4. Range able to knock down Godspeed. And by the way, Godspeed, I did say earlier that there's just no more choice for them to get the revive, but looks like Lil Yatka and Godspeed able to find a way to get the revives.
What a way to do that there. But for MSI, on by BG, Lil Yatka, and will be confirmed by Osja Fern G. So that is indeed a good moment for Osja to join those battles happening around them, with also the favor that they were not gate kept by SBD. They just went their way smoothly towards that warehouse, but this one is not a smooth movement coming in from the VIOF, as Minus will be secured by our Osja Esports, and we only have a WIOF Shin with all eyes on him, and Osja Chop will top the leaderboards, getting that elimination once again.
Just so many angles being shot at on to, and look at what Osja is doing so far here, just controlling the topmost part of this circle. This is a very important shift right now, going to stage number 5, and look at that. Still goes to where TTQ is at, but I would say IQ has probably the best position so far in this type of circle.
Indeed, that is a good spot to be in. But with Starboy being spotted by Ozzy Fernji, that will be an instant elimination. Almost, but Fernji will be spotted too from behind SBD Wrong. It takes one for the camp. With a push coming from the 2 players of our Ozzy Esports onto our SBD Vicious, will they be vicious enough to confirm those eliminations? Or I think they would go for that revive for now, as they need Oschop as their additional firepower in the game. But SBD Timo takes one for the count, and one more while he goes inside of that container bed right here, finishes off the rest of our Osja Esports.
Wow, Timo with a clutch play for SBD Vicious. Team Brunei is on top of Osja. And right now, as we go back here to the bridge, and by the way, I almost thought that the circle will go to the bridge area. And look at the circle now. K1J, who rotated all the way probably to the bottom side, is having a hard time, all because of Misfit International together with Burmese Goals gatekeeping them from getting through the bridge.
Definitely, that would really be a huge struggle for them. But for YG, they're also trying to target Hyra right now, securing one more of their players. Hyra Hash will have to say goodbye, with Hyraman being the final player, and he would run out in the open with just a few smokes covering him. But that is indeed a very sheer cover, and he would be spotted eventually. That is courtesy of SBD Timo, securing the rest of our team Hyra. But for MSI, they're also taking their sweet time in gatekeeping the rest of K1J.
And now smokes will be popped out by K1J. 1 second! Oh no!
Ooh.
He tried his best to go for the recover, but unfortunately you will be spotted. And for MSI, they will take control of the eastern side of this circle. But not much any cover, Aya. I think this is the only cover that they have. Right after that, it's just an open area. So I just hope that they have the vehicles in order for them to, maybe rotate all the way from the east down to the middle. But right now, the circle is closing in about less than a minute. We will see where will this one go. I would say also that on top of IQ's position, YG has a very good position as well at the northern side because they can try to gatekeep all of those teams coming from the northern side of the playable area.
Yep, definitely. They have that hold of our circle right there. But speaking of hold, coming from from the bottommost part earlier on, coming from SMB would be our team IQ, and now taking the side of the pair wherein they are a bit far from all the other engagement. I think that will spare them from further downfall for the next few moments. Not unless that would move out. The circle would move out of their spot, but right now let's see because the middle portion is quite vacant. Oh, that is a good one coming in from IQ. Now they're still inside of the circle. They are taking a good spot, and they are far from all the different battles.
And like what I just said earlier on, IQ has the best position so far, and now it became better. Now that they got the shift, they will most likely go for the gatekeep. I'm not so sure where will YG now rotate in because GG has pushed now TTQ. They might probably go for a third party here, I would say.
They could go for that one, but first, SB Wrong would go forward onto our YG. Master Smile will be spotted by Wrong, but Wrong would easily be taken out by our Young Galactus. We're not confirming that elimination, but for GG, they're still focused on to our time to quick right here. GG Divine Master to get the rest of the gang pushes for the final two players of time to quick.
And Timo, who just recently clutched Oshja, as Pretzel will be confirmed. MS left with only one. And look at this one now. Earlier, they had only one player. Oh, and look at that frag grenade. Devon takes down Gus. Another one coming in. And Gus now just crawling his way through Miracle. Miracle will go for the revive. SBD Vicious will be eliminated as we're left with 6. GG Esports now comes in. Oh, and now also with a flash. They're blinded. And they're actually going for the revive, but he cancels it out. And now Miracle goes for the knockdown, but it's just way too much. Pinned down, boxed in by GG.
Nice push from our GG. That was just on point. They were able to take those points, and they were also able to take this compound all for themselves. The final player over Masai, which is range, was actually spotted by IQXZYY, and we are now left with the final 4 teams inside of the match, with Master Smile being spotted by BG Godspeed.
And looks like this is a blessing in disguise for YG, because they didn't really win for a third party. They just went for a slow push towards the northern side, and look at that frag grenade. A beautiful one, eliminating Lil Yatka. Still,
oh no.
For BG, they're still left with only one player. And Master D2K Shroud going photo sprays through the smoke. 1 HP left. And he's still alive. And I believe so that YG will be able to revive, I think, the other guy. I think Romeo, or maybe say Cloud. Because he's knocked down. There we go. Actually, Smile, I think, was revived. And now they come in just right at the northern side. They do have a ridge. So I think YG still has a chance here of winning this game.
Chicken is still within the reach. Our Young Galacticus having 3 players still strong, and of course they have that northern for themselves. It will all just boil down to where would the circle go again? Where would that shift? Will it go to IQ, or will it go just around the middle portion of that current circle that we have? Oh, just a bit of everything. Just a bit of the waters, a bit of the landmass around the middle portion of the area. But that is quite open. So that is going to be the question right now. How will YG manage to push forward given that the area within the safe zone is very, very open?
And another question here, Aya, is if GG will try to make a little bit of push, like maybe a 2-1 split, or maybe a 1-2 split, like 1 inside the middle and then 2 left at this compound. But let's look at the port area.
Mm.
XZYY or XI. I think he knows where Godspeed is.
Yep.
But Godspeed most likely will not move at all. Because he's going to be stuck right out there until maybe the end of this game. And look at YG. YG slowly but surely sets up the smoke.
Yep.
So that they won't get sprayed down. There's also a line of smoke that they have made here. Ooh, they will be sprayed down.
Oh,
the
no!
Coop RB almost exploding. But YG Smile. Oh no, he got taken down. He's actually the backside of YG now. They're left with only one because Mernot goes down as well. A very risky play by YG. But now here comes the frag grenade from Godspeed. But it's going to be short for now. As YG will survive, but will be spotted now by Master D2K.
Nice one for GG Master D2K, but unfortunate moment for our YG. They almost pulled off that plan, getting inside of the safe zone, but that did not go too well. But for BG Godspeed, now facing these nades coming in from XZYY. Third attempt will go in, but I don't think that will land onto our player from BG. The final player is still up and alive. So this could either be GG's game or even our IQs. But for BG, I don't think he will survive just yet because all eyes are on him coming in from IQ.
It's probably going to be IQ or GG for this game. But there might be someone who will be going for the third party, which is Godspeed. And Godspeed right now will try to defend as he throws this frag grenade over to XI. Oh, almost knocking him down.
That was
Just
close.
25% left of HP here for XI as he now tries to heal up. Just quick heals coming from him. Godspeed again. Still has 2 frag grenades left. But he needs to be patient here, Aya. He does not need to overcommit because once he overcommits, he will be spotted by GG. Another frag grenade. Just overthrows it. But there's going to be a 1v1 between Godspeed and XI. Now another utility, which is just a smoke. Ooh, just a little bit of that bait, but the frag grenade connects. Godspeed connecting makes it a 3v1v2. Confirms that elimination. And actually, he's all safe, but another one goes down, and that's Master D2K from GG.
I think Yakola should have just opted to push BG Godspeed when he knew that his teammate would be knocked down, but they had other plans right here. They would want to target GG first, but if they are going to let BG Godspeed, stay alive, that would be a very, very fatal poison to our IQ and even to our GG as he is just watching from the sidelines right here and their attempt to go inside of a circle amidst that smoke. IQ Nady, IQ Yakola, all eyes are on GG, Devon, and Kaya right here as they go for that revive onto Master D2K. Nade will be thrown onto Nady. Will that land perfectly? Nope, that would not be received. But for BG Godspeed, look at that. Just like what I've mentioned, if you're going to let BG Godspeed stay alive, that is going to be a fatal, fatal move, fatal, fatal poison for everybody else.
Someone got to stop Godspeed right now.
Yeah.
And right now, he makes it a 2v1v2. Oh, now makes it a 1v1v1, I think. Godspeed still alive. This is the final stage, final circle. Oh, it looks like GG still has 2. And now, a utility again. This is a Molly. Not connecting the... Oh, actually, it connected! On fire! This is a free trial of hell now for Devon. As he dies, nowhere place to go. It is a 1v1v1 now.
Yup, trimmed down to a 1v1v1 situation right here. And all of them are probably having that same distance.
Oh, no!
Rather be behind each other. And look at that. Behind BG Godspeed would be IQ Yakola. And now this is going to be the final battle of the game. Number 3, BG Godspeed versus GG Master D2K. Who would actually win this battle right here? But if this is going to be for BG, that was indeed a good run. But let's see how else GG Master D2K would want to battle this out. Both of them are having a bit of that struggle with BG Godspeed. Most of his vest here doesn't have much of that life. And for GG Master D2K. His helmet is quite damaged. So let's see how this would actually turn out because both of them are being very hesitant at this point.
Looks like Master G2K has a much fair advantage here with the circle, but when it comes to aim, looks like Godspeed has it, but Master D2K just uses all of the cover that he has. We almost saw a textbook solo gameplay master by Godspeed, but again, it was taken out by Master D2K. Good game, Esports gets the win.
That was a close fight, and I think all of us were on the edge of our seats knowing or wanting to know who would get that winner chicken dinner. But for now, that goes to GG, but still a nice try for BG. That was just really a miracle run. He managed to trim down everyone else. He managed to survive from rank number 4 up until rank number 2 and almost got that winner chicken dinner, so still kudos to him. But again, more props to GG for getting this third match.
Yeah, a lot of props to Godspeed, who was very patient. He was there waiting right at the middle of that circle. He waited for YG, he waited for IQ, he even waited for GG to make a move. But again, it all ends with Shroud or Master D2K getting that final elimination. He gets 5 elimination in this matchup. Daban got 4. And Kaya and Astro getting 1 of their own. Shroud, or also known as Master D2K, just basically went for that patient gameplay at the very end. He did have the circle advantage also, Aya, and that's why Godspeed really had no choice but to push onto him.
Yeah, but again, that was a really good battle we're in. We didn't know up until that very last second who will get that victory towards the end. So again, GG's to both teams and GG's to GG for getting that winner chicken dinner. So they had 11 total eliminations plus those 10 placement points, giving them 21 in an instant. So we will see later on how would those match points translate onto our overall points. But for now, let's watch the highlights of what GD had done in match number 3.
And we are back with the match ranking after match number 3, and look at the results. 21 points for Good Game Esports, but look at Burmese goals. Bouncing back for those 2 bad games that they had in the early games like Rondo and the first Erangel map. 19 is what they got this time around. YG still consistent here, getting those scores with 9. IQ getting 8. 8 for MSI, and the rest here, as we look on the second page of this match ranking, it is very notable to see here KHI and CTS didn't get any for match number 3. The two hottest teams so far for day number 1 of week number 2. But again, they can bounce back. There's still a lot of games left here for day number 1. There's still like 1 Erangel left, and there's still 2 Miramars left to go.
Yep, so still a lot more for these teams to play out in order for them to get those points that they were not able to get during this match. So that just had been match number 3. And for the next days, of course, they would have even more games to play. But for the overall rankings, we have 34 for the side of GG after that winner chicken dinner. Meanwhile, at the second spot, we have Rigoa with just 8 points between them. 26 would be going to their side. CTS with 25, tied up with BG actually. KHI now with 22, tied up with YEGMSI with 18, Time to Quick with 17, and K1J with 16, and also IQ. So at this rate, at this point, points are still quite near to each other, so we cannot say so much if there is a specific team dominating.
Yeah, and right now you can see also some of the couple of teams who just played their first matchup. Team Max, Osja, winning a future, and SBD Vicious. So it's just normal to see them right at the bottom end of the overall ranking. But before we even talk about them, let's talk about the top 4 teams here for match number 3. GG, BG, YG, and IQ. With 10 of those eliminations, Aya, came from Godspeed for BG. So it just went out guns blazing in that match. A solo master, textbook solo master for Godspeed. But again, got eliminated by Shroud, aka Master D2K. And he's the MVP of this matchup with 5 elims. 10,007 damage, 237 damage taken with 46% team contribution with a survival time of 28 minutes and 50 seconds. Shroud has been really showing so far why he's a very important player for Good Game Esports. Also for Good Game Esports is Devon. So these are the 2 players that we need to look out for if GG Esports would, play a very good game. But again, we're going to be back here with the casters, Kuku TV, together with Miss Aya Place. And that is it for the first 3 maps of the day. But we're still left with 3 more maps to go. Like what I mentioned, 1 Erangel map to go and 2 more mirror maps left to go. And Aya, I think you're going to say something.
Yes, I think I would want to shout out people on YD for now. Shout out to San Ling Ong, shout out to Mintet Thar, to Min Kant, to Snow Wolf, to Gabrielle, to Thibo, Yasser, to Gupesh, to Gabrielle, to Black Winds Meat, to Levi, to Snow Wolf, to Belyam, and to Black Winds Meat. I think that is it for now. But are we going to go on a break? I'm not yet sure about that. But for everyone who've watched from match number 1, shoutouts to all of you guys across all of our platforms on Facebook and even on YouTube.
Yeah, shoutouts to everyone who is watching watching through the 2 platforms that we are on right now, on FB and on YT. So shout out to everyone right now. And for the viewers who are just waiting for the next game, again, we're just about to go on a really short break. So again, just please hold on. We'll go on a break. We'll see you on the next game.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock. 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
Gyro, PUBG Mobile. Let's get it.
Ready to kill them, be my best mate. Those niggas up as up, teach around. Pretty slow, but my blood runs high. But don't baby like a predator outside. My love will go to 6 no matter what. No, safe zones are closing, no time left behind. No, my ever phone singing like a battle cry. Adrenaline takes to feel right. We must one, and eyes on the bonus score. We must one, we hit us one. Let's go. Credit chicken, they be my best mate. Credit chicken, they be my best mate. Credit chicken, they be my best mate. Credit chicken, they be my best mate.
Cooking like a glitter, winner, chicken dinner. Moving like a thriller, winner, chicken dinner. Crashing chicken egg, be my best mate. Crashing chicken egg, be my bestie.
Crazy chicken, they be my best mate.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey.
In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. battleground.
Why?
That's the reason why.
Higher frame rate options available. Download PUBG Mobile version 4.0 for the smoothest victories.
New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder room cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. The first ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive inspect emote to help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
And we are back here for another PUBG Mobile action here in the PMCL PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia week number 2 here in fall. Kuko TV together with Miss iPlace. We've seen different countries winning their own winner chicken dinner. So now we're halfway through. We're left with only 3 more maps left. 1 Erangel, 2 Miramar maps left to go. But before we even continue, Aya, again, we would love to thank our official gaming phone partner. It is the Technophoba 7 Ultra 5G, engineered for those who refuse to slow down, as the official gaming phone for PUBG Mobile Challengers League. It supports PUBG Mobile at 120 FPS, delivering ultra smooth competitive gameplay. It is a 6.67-inch 1.5K AMOLED display with a 144Hz refresh rate. Pulls you into a world so smooth you'll never want to look away. A 6,000 milliampere battery, 70-watt ultra charge, and 30-watt wireless charging. This phone, or this isn't just a phone, this is the future in your hands. POVA 7 series.
Indeed, the future in your hands once you have that Technopova 7, and that is actually good paired up with our version 4.0 in PUBG Mobile. So if you want a smooth gameplay, try to check that out right now if you haven't yet. But of course, you are watching PMCL. I'm most definitely sure that you guys have already updated to that one. And speaking of, we have here more stable frame rate, smoother combat, and we have here 30 to 50% less lag on all devices, and reduce lag on all devices by 10 to 30% once you don't use the Super Smooth. But with the use of Super Smooth, that would definitely help with delivering smoother combats.
And also, we also have here the PUBG Mobile version 4.0. Spooky Soirée is on the way. Get ready for a new gameplay and epic IP collaborations unlocking. Big surprises are dropping this September and October, so don't miss out. Stay tuned for more spooky fun. Also, my game, my rule, my survival. This is the collaboration between PUBG PC, PUBG Mobile, and G-Dragon. The launch date on PC is on September 10. Console will be on September 18. And on mobile, this coming September 19. So it is actually for tomorrow for the console.
Definitely. But first, the Lotus experience has arrived in PUBG Mobile. Take command of the road in style, join the in-game Motor Cruise event, and claim the iconic Lotus cars. #Imira and #Imea. Precision, performance, and exclusivity await. Available for a limited time only, so don't forget to check that in-game to make your journey unexpected.
I did the yellow version of the Lotus yesterday on Classic Matches, Aya, and it is a very beautiful skin for I believe so. It's a Dasha skin, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, It was very interesting. It was very cool to use. We did eliminated a little bit of few squads in that game that we had yesterday. So guys, if you want to watch me play, you can go to the Black app or TikTok to watch me play. But anyways, enough of me playing, enough of you playing, Aya. Let's watch these pro players play now in the final Erangel map of the day. This is going to be match number 4 coming right soon.
That is going to be very, very interesting right here as we finish off our Erangel match tours inside of our day number 1. Because most definitely, if this is your strongest suit, you need to perform all out in this match, or else it would not be so easy for you in the final 2 remaining matches, which is going to be in the map of Miramar. But without further ado, let's now start our last Erangel match for today here for PMCL Southeast Asia Fall 2025.
Let's fly now. Also with a very OG skin of the airplane, Aya. I do have this skin as well, just to let you know. And looks like it's going to be almost the same as what we had earlier, Aya, if you remember. Flight path coming from the east to the west. It's kind of a little bit slightly adjusted to the south western side of the map of Erangel. But again, it might be the same scenario if we do have the same circle. Remember, the circle in this type of flight path that we had, the circle went towards the western side of the map. And it even went through the beach area where... you know, CTS Esports got their win. So let's see if they can win it again here in match number 4.
That is the question. If they are going to be able to duplicate and replicate those movements that they had done in our previous Erangel map in match number 2 inside of our day number 1. But everyone else is just dispersing towards their designated dropping points right here. Goa still goes to the usual SMB, NX still goes to their usual Novoripnoye. I believe the same thing goes for everybody else, but look at that circle going on to the eastern side right here, and that will be comprising most or probably a bit of those teams who dropped quite early.
And this is a circle for not so good games, or NGGZ. They will get this center of the circle very early in this matchup, but look at this. They're going to be challenged by K1J, and they're now going to be spotted. Oh, with the spray down, Mango down to just 1 HP left. Zuki, though, will be the first blood, courtesy of Ryman of Misfit International. And I think I saw him getting shot by a pistol, I believe so.
Ooh.
But while that was happening, Key Mind, need to be careful. Miner, though, will get headshotted. He goes down, and Mango... he doesn't have any guns, and he goes down. 1 second. Takes down another one for NGGZ. And I was just saying earlier, Aya, this is a circle for NGGZ. Now, it turns things around here, all because of K1J.
That did not went well for our NGGZ, but that we went to favor of our K1J as they took those kills in. NGGZ lost 2 of their players, and Mango went for that rage out. Going back to the lobby right there. But Gerald and MM are still alive, so they could still have a chance of getting that winner. Checking the number. Just a quick replay right here. Tie versus our time to quick. So that was a very quick pistol action on the side of our MSI, still staying on that 7th rank. But going back to the things that had happened earlier on, that was a very, very quick battle between K1J and our NGGZ.
Again, early battles here, like what we had with GG, TTQ, and CTS in the previous matchup. So it is the trend right now so far here in the map of Erangel. But you can see now ATSX has come back. And I believe so the groupings have changed as well for match number 4. It is Group A, C, D, and E who is playing for this matchup. So this means that Group B, YG, Hybrid, XRA, GG, and IQ. You won't see them for this game, but eventually they will be back for the last two matchups, which is the last two Miramar maps. So for now, you'll see the rest here play in this match.
And with all of that happening right here, K1J even got nearer to the final two players of our NGGZ, which would actually bring them those unfortunate moments if GZ would still stay in that spot right now. Before ATSX, let's take a quick look onto their spot. They're still doing good. And again, a huge highlight should be on the side of ATSX. SBD Vicious, IQ, and ATS, as they were the four teams who did not enter or who were not able to enter our Super Weekend for week number 1. Pressure is on them because they really need those points in order for them to secure that spot in the Super Weekend week number 2.
And one other team that needs to do more in this match is Nexus Vanguard, Aya, because Nexus Vanguard, again, they were the runner-up in the previous PMCL. And currently, so far, with 3 games already, only with 8 points. So that's something that Nexus Vanguard needs to think about. Let's see if they can, bounce back here, knowing that Galacticos is not playing. So that's a big firepower out of this matchup. But you can see now, just hiding inside that small shack. Lucky will try to refuel up in this gasoline station. A good thing now that PUBG Mobile has this option, right? They can refuel at the gasoline station instead of you finding those gas tanks. That would use up the inventory space of your bag.
And that would also not be so reliable because just like what you've mentioned, what if you don't find any gas can around and your vehicles would just lose their gas quite quickly because they're going around the map, just like what WIOF is doing at this point. So again, that is really a very, very beneficial, helpful, useful feature here in PUBG Mobile. But now, Tagalog word slipped out of my mouth. But I came from the PH broadcast, so hello to everyone who's watching from the Philippines, shout out to all of you. But again, going back to our Burmese goals, they are also quite getting near to NGGZ and even K1J.
Right now, Godspeed. Again, this is the man from the previous matchup with 10 eliminations. You can do it solo, but again, with all of the players now back, you can get all the help that you want. So right now, for Nexus Vanguard, again, came from Novo. They can go make a rotation coming from the bottom side of the circle. And actually, you know what? Going back to K1J, knowing that they eliminated 2 of the players of not so good games, they actually took over some of the apartments at Yasnaya Poliana. So that's a good adjustment coming from K1J, which normally we would see them on split drops around mansion area, right around the jungles, right above mansion. So again, nice adjustment for them. It will make things easier for them when it comes to rotation for later on.
And right now, we're just looking at whatever is happening on the screen. Everyone is just on their vehicles around the map, but right here, MSI range spots KHI Genesis and will be taken down and will be confirmed right away. So 2 kills now go to MSI, but of course, KHI would not go out without retaliating onto our MSI. They're also still trying to take them down, but would not be successful in doing so.
Right now, Misfit International, they're kind of scattered right now in the mini-map as they're looking to target this compound where KHI Esports is currently at. But you can see that KHI, very disciplined. They're not really going to go out in the open. They're going to stay inside the houses and the small shacks that they're in. Circle, by the way, is now going to be closing in. A little bit of few seconds left. There is GOA who just came back now from match number 2 here in match number 4. Going for a late rotation. Same goes to ATS Esports and also with CTS from the western side. And you can now see Monboy goes for the spray. Lucky. Oh no. It's Kupar B. Oh no. That's going to be it for him as he goes down. Unfortunate for Lucky. And now for Monboy, all eyes on top of the hill, the last 3 remaining players of Winning a Future.
Yep, and with that happening right here, I don't think Lucky would still be revived, but the rest of our WIOF needs to actually make their moves onto our MSI in order for them to not be able to secure our player from WIOF. But I think, just like what MSI is doing right now, they're being aggressive and they're on the map to take those points. And this is probably gonna, well, for the favor of MSI.
For MSI, they're just looking for Lucky. It was just crawling right behind. I believe so. There's a rock. I believe so. Just right beside. Oh, there we go. That's it. Ryman naded Lucky. And then, on the other side of things, Winning a Future is actually getting pressured by AT. Remember, ATS going for that late rotation. Circle, by the way, has shifted Aya. So this means that they will have to go back to their vehicles and focus more on their objectives. And you can see that with Minus and Shin now leaving the premises right at that location. But it's a Brunei versus Brunei thing happening right now on the kill feed as Monboy able to take down Timo. And earlier, Timo got that clutch play against Austria Esports, but right now, Zion almost eliminated now as Monboy tries to go for that early elimination onto Timo.
Yep, and look at this. SBD Timo will be spotted finally coming in from ATSX, and as they do so, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to secure that one, as that distance would probably hinder them in doing so. But on our 11 minutes inside of the game, it is quite a stretch, right, Kuku? Because we are still having 16 teams. We just had pickoffs from one team to another, but still 16 teams are quite intact.
Nothing yet happening. 11 minutes already has elapsed in this matchup. Still with 16 teams still left remaining as KHI now circles around together with the hovercraft of Migs as GOA now almost exploded Migs together with the hovercraft, but Migs goes for the retaliation. Rex goes down with that spray from that AUG.
And oh, look at that movement coming in from that circle. That will only comprise half of our teams. But first, we have here finishing off a team is our KHI having Mix knocked down as they battle it with Goa rather in WIOF. So with KHI right there pushing forward, Goa LKS would want to secure that elimination before going up account. He would be spotted by KHI Blacks with that D. BS, and with one more knockdown coming in from Max Yu. Oh no, we have a lot of battles going on left and right now.
And Migs, unfortunately, you'll be left alone here as the rest of KHI has already scattered out. But Claire will be able to get one off from GOA. That's Ngepak who actually had push, but Rex pushed as well. And that will be it for KHI. Again, the struggle now continues for KHI. Just, again, those 2 early good matches got traded off with 2 matches right after.
And look at that. That is, again, quite early for our KHI. And if this is going to continue, that would definitely push down KHI onto our leaderboard. So they need to wake up later on, and they need to make up for the points that they were not able to get in this game. But first, we have our battle, NX versus Austria. Austria top will be spotted, and even Nang X coming in from the side. Next is Vanguard is actually doing it, and they're making those retaliations coming in from the previous matches that they were not able to get points.
And right now, Joji uses the hovercraft. We've seen this one from the previous season. This vehicle being used by MSI, being used by Nexus Vanguard, and even Austria Esports. And right now, looks like Austria is on the other end of things as Nang X will be confirmed by Nexus Vanguard. But let's look at the bottom side of the playable area as the blue zone now closes in. CTS Esports now tries to rotate in. KZ from Nexus Vanguard goes for the spray. But he will have to follow through his teammates because he's still not yet in the zone. Pretzel, though, on the kill feed knocks one down. That's Fern G. And Ryman will go for the confirmation. And that's going to be 2 early eliminations here, or actually 3 early eliminations here for Austria Esports. They're now left with 1 final member.
Oh no, that is quite difficult for our office. They are still on that number 17 spot. And if that, oh, look at that vehicle flying, coming in from Pretzel, but he was not able to go to that rooftop, but rather went for the sides of this house as they're still waiting for movement coming in from Team Max. Spyro will be spotted from above, and they would also go for that knockdown. Spyro will be spotted, and even MSI would have 1 player knocked down right here in around the area of that stairs. We have here Pretzel taking down 1, make that 2 of the players of Team Max.
And now Team Max just left with only 1. And he's actually in the blue zone as well. That's ITRX, I believe so. Yes, indeed. And for MSI, they will be able to recover, all because of ITRX not being able to get into the circle. But he will now get in a vehicle, a Dasha or probably a Murado, now being right on by ITRX. He tries to rotate all the way through the bottom side, but he's still in the blue zone. But now he comes in. Range now cooks that nade. Overcooks it, overthrows it. And now for ITRX, he can try to use all of the utilities that he has. But again, the pressure will be coming in from range. And again, that second nade connected as Team Max is out. Also, GOA is out.
Oh no, that is quite quick as Goa says goodbye right here. And from number 2, most likely they will be pushed down by our Burmese goals in an instant after this match. They are still alive. They're having those points. It's still full squad, so probably upper hand will be on the side of Burmese goals.
And CTS looks like they're able to sustain, even though that they're coming in late on rotation. They're still not yet in the circle, though. If you look at the mini map, they're still stuck right at this very compound, but they're going to be sandwiched and boxed in by like 3 teams. SBD Vicious, Nexus Vanguard, and now winning a future. 2-man down already for CTS. Only Cool left alone with very low HP, but again, just way too much. So many gatekeepers, and CTS is out.
Oh no. CTS going out of the game. Several teams could easily catch up after them, but Austria would not be one of those teams who could easily catch up as they say goodbye. Again, quite early for them. They don't have much points, so Austria really needs to wake up after this match and even onto our next game days. Before ATS Ray, he would be saying goodbye, coming in from the Vigo Explosion, coming in from one of our teams. But as all of those players move in, Infa Xaviera taking that safe zone and even gatekeeping ATS.
And Infa Xaviera, oh, look at the Forsaken just ram his car onto Hachi, but Hachi circles around. Oh my goodness, just ring around the rosy as Hachi able to defend. And with the smoke, you will be able to cook that nade. Now nade coming into Ice. Ooh, almost hitting Ice and getting him knocked down, but Claude will be there. Sets up, smokes as well. And looks like Forsaken will be confirmed now. And this is because there's a third party coming in from Burmese goals, I think. But Hachi doing a really good job of defending right now, even though he's all alone at this very corner. But the circle will also shrink. Oh, another knockdown. Claude goes down. But again, he needs to defend. Frag grenade coming in. Oh, he goes down. As the circle now shifted away from Yasnaya. And here comes Infamous as they eliminate. Oh, actually, they're the ones being eliminated by 7.
That wasn't expected because ATS earlier on had less players, but not only less, they lost all of their players, and one would be courtesy of our BG Master Ichi as he took down that grenade elimination for our final player here in ATS. Before NJJZMM, he would be spotted by BJ Liliatka at the same time as BG Master Ichi pushes forward onto our ATSX together with WIOF. we have several teams staying in this area. MSI Range would be spotted by our NX at the same time, and Range would be confirmed. And NX right now is unstoppable with 10 eliminations already. But with that real retaliation and counterattack coming in from MSI, they're also giving a bit of that struggle onto NX.
Now it is actually a 3v3 because one player off of MX. Oh, but the nade actually connected to Mon Boy. But look at this. It is a 1v2 situation. But look at that. The use of the hovercraft. This really tricky and crazy plays now being shown by Pretzel. Pretzel tries to ram it over to Nexus Vanguard. Joji tries to end, but unfortunately, Pretzel will go down in the process. And for MSI, Aya, they're still left with 2. Here comes the second wave of attack. But Ryman will probably focus first on reviving Monboy, but look at this. He tries to make a push. And now Keize for Nexus Vanguard tries to defend. Oh, that's it for Misfit International. A bad push to Nexus Vanguard. And by the way, Nexus Vanguard now has 13 eliminations.
Yep, and indeed, and with those 13 eliminations, they probably heard you earlier on when you were calling them out, and with them doing those 13 kills in just one game, that would definitely propel their scores here in our overall rankings on once we finish this battle. So this is a good sign for Nexus Vanguards. They are already awake. They just need to maintain those points as we progress through our day and even for the next days here in week number 2. But for K1J, they're focused on NGGZ Jarrell, the final player right here for our not-so-good gamers. And as they're just hiding, or rather as he is just hiding within that house, I don't think he would easily be spotted, not unless K1J decides to push.
And right now, they're looking at Jarrell, K1J, just right at the edge. I think Jarrell is not yet in the circle. Yeah, he's not yet in the circle. Just right at the edge, outside of the circle, is where NGGZ is at. But let's take a look at Burmese goals. Looks like they're now setting up a line of smoke, ready to attack Atlas X Misfit. And let's see. Looks like Godspeed will be the ones to look at them from a far distance. The rest will probably go for the push. They're just waiting for that one knock, Aya. Circle will be shifting, and it actually goes to wherever they are right now. So this is a really good compound where ATSX is at, and if Burmese Skulls can take it, then they'll have a big, big chance of winning it all again.
Inside of that circle, it seems like they are in a line. You know, the teams are lined up when it comes to the safe zone. But let's see who will be out of the line. Azul Yatka and one more will be knocked down or make that 3 players down on the side of our BG, courtesy of our ATSX. And as they do that, they even threw those Molotovs onto our Burmese goals and even taking them down one by one. ATSX makes sure they confirm those eliminations onto our Burmese goals. We still have one crawling member, which is BG Unknown. But as we have here, Crawl and Crash is coming in from K1J onto our Time to Quick, who threw that Molly onto our Time to Quick, but he did not receive that one. But as a counterattack, he would also throw more utilities in and more utilities out of this house. But that exchange would not deal knockdown just yet. But with that one coming in from Bunny, still no knockdown, but make that one knockdown actually coming in from NGGZ Jarrell. That third party is actually giving a bit of the struggle onto K1J.
Yeah, Sora K gets knocked down by Jarrell from afar. So this is just helping TTQ right now. And K1J, actually he sees the head of Gus, and there you go. 1 second, goes in for the push. He eliminates Gus right away. 1 player left for TTQ. And now Kimine goes in for the pressure. He sprays his UMP, but look at Jarrell again going for the third party. But look at that. That's it for TTQ. They got eliminated. K1J. Here comes SBD. Joji right now, unfortunately, cannot defend himself. Just way too many players of SBD Vicious. And now we're left with 6.
Oh, that is quite easy and quick right here, but also a quick knockdown onto 1 second, but the final bullet will push through here onto Jarrell, and that will finish off the rest of our NGDZ together with our time too quick as K1J manages to survive. They were able to get a lot of points right there. I believe they got 8. I don't think the stats on the right side is quite updated, but I believe they had more than 5 eliminations. So this is also a good game for the side of K1J.
5 teams remain here. Still, Burmese Goals not able to push ATSX, and it's all because it's just only Godspeed who is left here. And he's still in the circle, so he doesn't really need to do any much. Oh, but he sees the head. Oh, almost gets the knockdown. Unfortunately, it's just a burst fire by Godspeed onto Peanut. Peanut was just surprised that he got sprayed down from the outside. And now, circle will close again as we're seeing Milo spraying down on K1J's team. And you can see now the circle goes to ATSX still. Also with winning a feature. These are actually teams that are usually on the bottom end of the overall rankings from week number 1, Aya.
Yep.
And this is now their chance, Aya. This is now their chance. Also knowing that Godspeed is the only man remaining for Burmese Goals.
That is actually sort of our expectations coming in from our K1J. We do not have high expectations for this team, but they're really proving to us that they can actually make it together with these top tier teams on our leaderboard. So that is something that is quite different for K1J, and I hope that they adjust very well and maintain this momentum throughout the rest of the day. But for ATSX, that the same thing goes for them. They're still here in top number 5. They're having exclamation points, and they still have a bit of those players. But here for the side of SBD, they have been spotted by WIOF.
And Shin, looking at Star Boy, is currently knocked down. Wrong is actually getting ready for the push. They're still outside the circle. They can probably go for the push to Starboy, make the save. There's a smoke right over there, so they can probably revive Starboy still. And Shin, unfortunately, cannot make that spray towards SBD Vicious. As for Godspeed, again, the solo master is still alive and able to get into the circle.
And with them getting out of the circle, with that nade exploding in front of SBD Starboy, coming from WIOF, that was just really explosive, and even one more.
And right now, still the pressure onto SBD Vicious, just helping out, winning a future is Godspeed. It is providing that firepower from the eastern side. But again, the ice now is on the side of Burmese Goals Godspeed. He has only this rock as cover. If the circle doesn't go to his way, it'll be it for him.
Yep, that will indeed be his final moment inside of the game. Oh, look at that circle, leaving out BG Godspeed. BG Godspeed is always the final player being left on the side of Burmese Goals. You've seen that coming in from the previous game, and now even here in our match number 4. But still, full squad goes to the side of K1J. And I think they are the sole team having a full squad, so they have a good chance of getting this chicken dinner this time around.
And Kane now, together with K1J, they're right at the edge. And I think there's one inside. Probably it's sort of okay. They're now gonna probably set up smoke. They do have vehicles, Aya, so they can try. They can probably try to use it as cover. At the same time, to use it to get inside the circle. As for Godspeed, this is just so unfortunate for me. Much harder for him to get into the circle, but he will try all his way through, hoping that he won't be spotted by ATSX. Things are now coming too wrong. They're not able to shoot the wooden shack. One frag grenade, and it'll be over for Wrong. But still, the battle continues for SBD Vicious. And nothing will happen here more than likely, I am, because everyone is in the circle.
Yep, and look at this. SB Wrong surviving amidst that area. Nades will be the only, I believe, weakness that he can have, because with that push or with that attempt of push toward his location, a lot of teams would be easily spotting them. So WIF Shin just tries to spot if he will overextend his head. And the same thing goes for the rest of the teams. Meanwhile, for BG Godspeed, he probably doesn't have any first aid kits left. That's why his HP is on half, and he even dropped his bag already right here. So let's see how long would BG Godspeed still survive in this battle.
Not so sure how long will Godspeed survive, but Winning a Future doesn't have any idea right now. That's a good part of it. Wrong. Still in the brink of elimination here. There we go. Just very low HP now left for him. The blue zone also will come into effect, but the nade actually just inside of that wooden shack exploded wrong altogether. And Godspeed now will reintroduce himself. Here comes the utilities from Godspeed. And now also, with the help of K1J, ATSX now is now boxed in and sandwiched.
And with that sandwich, oh no! Final moment onto BG Godspeed. ATSX One Boy will be seen as well coming in from K1J as ATS Extreme and WIF shares this house with that nade onto Extreme with no more chance. WIF final two players versus full squad of K1J. This is still again favoring our K1J with that shotgun action right here with that push. WIF, the final player, will he be able to survive? Ooh, knocks down even one or make that almost two players on the K1J, but still the final laugh goes to K1J.
Yeah, K1J getting the winner chicken dinner in the last Erangel map of this day. And a Cambodian winning here in this matchup again. Kind of like what happened to the previous Erangel map where we saw Good Game Esports winning. So this is a good sign for the Cambodians getting winner chicken dinners for day number 1.
Nice one for K1J. At least this is something that we don't normally expect and we don't normally see. And for now, they are probably going to have that high spirit and that even better fighting spirit to push through with the next battles that we are going to have. So GG's again to K1J, Khmer 1 Jivit for taking that chicken dinner home.
Well, for the rest, ATSX, we also have SBD Vicious. Again, they're pretty much having a hard time on getting these winner chicken dinners every single game. So I think that's their closest so far for this day. And then for the next couple of games in the Miramar match, YG will be back. So again, the dominant team or the defending champions coming back for the last two Miramar maps, making it hard for these teams. So let's take a look at the stats though. Here with K1J, Key Mind, and 1 second will be the main focal point here for K1J with 4 elims. Kane though has 3 and Sora K with 2 eliminations. And you know what? They just waited actually for the teams to fight it off right on the eastern side of the playable area. Until then, they were able to finalize the deal, getting that winner chicken dinner.
And I believe them having a lot of eliminations right here. Is this the highest that we have so far in day number 2? I think so. But first, we'll now see what happened during those highlights in game number 4.
And we're back for the match rankings for match number 4. K1J getting 23 points out of this matchup. And again, I mentioned this while we were casting in the early stages of this match. Nexus Vanguard needs to do a lot here. And they did do pretty well with 13 eliminations, a total of 14 though, for the total amount of points that they got. But for KHI and CTS, the struggle continues, Aya. Having 2 good games and then having 2 bad games, that's not a good sign for these 2 teams.
Indeed, not a good sign. They really need to wake up for the next matches. Again, I've mentioned that several times already in that game alone, because there are still a lot of teams who need to do a lot better for the next game so that they would not be left onto the lower part of our leaderboard. But for the overall rankings, we have here, number 1, K1J, right here, 39 overall points. And this is the first time that I, or probably we, see them onto that number 1 spot. So GG's to them. But second to them would be GG having 34 points, tied up with BG. Goal with 28, MSI with 26, 25 for CDS, 23 for KHI, 22 both for YG and NX. And for the rest of the teams, on the second page of the leaderboards, again, these are the teams who really need to do the same thing that K1J did.
I want to be surprised as we go here to the English desk, Aya, and I am surprised. K1J getting that number 1 spot. We didn't even see them coming here in week number 2 because they didn't really even play in the Super Weekend in week number 1. So again, kudos to the adjustments made by K1J. And you can see now their performance as they're one of the top 4 teams in match number 4. Also, Nexus Vanguard, also winning a feature, and Atlas Misfit. So these are the teams that we don't usually see on top, except for Nexus Vanguard. And now they're making a really big impact here in week number 2.
Yeah, that is indeed a good observation, because we 3 out of 4 of those top 4 teams are really those teams that are quite underwhelming with their performance. But this is quite a different match for all of those. But again, quite a different match for all of them. K1J also provided us those exceptional performances inside of the game for Key Mind, with 4 eliminations, 572 damage, and 316 damage taken. Oh, that is quite high. With 80% most of the body shots and 10% for both the headshots and to the lower limb. So GG's to Key Mind, because finally we are now seeing them one by one here on our scenes.
But again, Aya, we're done with Erangel as we get set ready for Miramar. And again, we're going to be back here for more PUBG Mobile action. Kuku TV and Aya will be right back. We are here in Miramar, match number 5 on your way. We are back here in PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Fall of 2025. Kuku TV here, your caster, together with Miss Aya, as we're looking at the flight path now. From the Oasis down below to Minas del Sur is the flight path. This is a very interesting flight path because I remember a lot of teams dropping right around Impala, Truck Stop El Azahar, and also even in Puerto Paraíso. So there will be some teams who will go to their secondary dropping spot. I believe so that that 4 teams will not be playing this time around, which is Group A. So you won't see Burmese Goals, you won't see KHI, ATSX, and NGGZ. So that is just for the viewers out there who is watching the English broadcast right now. Again, if you're looking for those teams, they are not playing here in match number 5.
And with those teams not playing, there are several dropping points which are going to be quite vacant and quite open for others to take. But with that circle, it's really quite aligned with the playing path that we have, just leaning towards the eastern side of our Miramar map. But as everyone is just dropping onto their respective dropping points, I don't think we are going to have early battles as of this moment. I think there are teams taking Los Leones, but they are going to be quite having that distance between them, just like Team Max and that one team above them, which we will see later on. But as Team Max now moves forward, Mad Dog, Max Idorex taking that long drop in order for them to secure those positionings inside of Los Leones. We have VRWIOF rotating around Minas just below a graveyard. A lot could still happen, but I think this is going to be quite a long stretch for game number 5.
Yeah, definitely it will be a long stretch. Young Galacticos and their group will be back for this matchup. So this means that Hybrid XRA Esports, Good Game Esports, and Infinity IQ will be back for this matchup. So there's a lot of fans on chat right now for Young Galacticos. So again, if you're a big fan of YG, they are back in this matchup. But we're looking at Forsaken right now from Infamous Saviera on a motorcycle. We'll probably go to Los Leones. But let's take a look at MSI Misfit International. Currently at top number 5. They are actually the consistent team from last week right now, who does have 26 points already. You can also probably add GOA into the mix because GOA is now at 4th spot, who ended up at top number 7 rather for Super Weekend week number 1. So they're doing a pretty good job here in this first 4 matches. But I am expecting here, Aya, since we are now in Miramar, I am expecting Yangon Galacticos to play better. Because you can see them now on top number 8. So it's just a matter of time before Yangon Galacticos would break out.
Yep, I would have said Young Galacticos earlier as you've mentioned them, but I would also want to mention MSI. They could easily get this Miramar map as this is one of their comfort maps inside of the battlefield. So yes, I think we should focus on those 2 teams later on if that would really end up well for them. But also the same thing goes for everyone else who would still need those points inside of the match. Just like GG right here, they're now on that number 2 spot, and they would most definitely not want to be pushed down. So adding those points would be beneficial for them later on. But wait, we have MSI versus SBD, one of the battles that could probably happen in quite a bit.
Right now, MSI looking at SBD Vicious, Pretzel. Pretzel needs to break out as well, Aya. If you remember from last season, Pretzel was really doing a lot when it comes to fragging abilities. Same goes to Ryman. If you remember, was one of those top eliminators from last season. They need to break out. They need to be consistent. And if they are consistent, Misfit International can go to a lot of areas here in this region where they can dominate, but for now, I think they're still adjusting with the addition of range. But look at this. Now they crash towards wrong. Ooh, but look at that frag grenade. Almost hitting Pretzel to get rid of Mon Boy. And now he backs out. And he's now going to be waiting on together with Star Boy, who's on the backside. I'm not sure if MSI knows this, but look at Pretzel. Pretzel, no fear at all. Just pushes towards that player of SBD Vicious, and wrong is out. First blood.
Nice one for MSI. That was not a wrong move, but that was a right one as they eliminated wrong in the process. So this is going to be a 4v3 situation right here, but with that nade coming from Starboy. Star nade indeed, connecting onto Mon Boy. They would need to go for that revive first before pushing onto our SBD, as they would want to damage them one by one from behind. Joining in the fun is our team Guardians of Angels, guarding all of their movements, but SBD Timo will finally be knocked down by one of our players from MSI, and now Goa takes advantage of the chance. They're now pushing forward, getting nearer and nearer to MSI and SBD.
And you know what? This is a different side of GOA is what we're watching right now, Aya. This is not the Guardians of Angels that we've been watching them from last week. They're always right at the middle portion of the zone. They're always going for third parties, and right now they're just waiting for someone to get knocked down on either of the sides of MSI and on SBD Vicious. But look at Starboy right now on fire. Mon Boy with that Molotov knockdown. And now the next target will be Milo, as he's all alone in this two-story building. He's gonna go for the choke point. But right now Pretzel gets in, he goes down, but here comes Ryman for the save. And Misfit International eliminated Vicious, or SBD Vicious.
Nice one for MSI, but we are far from over. We have Nexus Vanguard just around the corner together with our Goa, but for TTQ, they have that battle onto ATS, having those exchange of knocks right there. Two players will be down on the side for Time to Quick, and one will be knocked down on the side of ATS, with one being confirmed. But now let's take a look onto that battle. As we were speaking about that, ATS Dre will still crawl on his knees to ask for that revive from his teammates, but for Time to Quick, they could easily replenish and reset into a full squad, while ATS God 7 threw that molly onto the second floor of where TTQ Bunny is at, but that would not damage anybody else. So with this flank coming in from Time to Quick America, I think this will land a perfect nade onto our two players who are just reviving as of this moment.
Oh, the nade connects on to Dre, and ATS is now in trouble here. Michi. Oh, there's actually gunshot coming from Chi. It actually connected onto Miracle. He goes down. But here comes God 7 from ATS. Ooh, with that leaning shot towards Bunny. And Chi goes for the confirmation right away. What a play here from ATS. And even though they're left with only two, oh, the molly now almost hitting Chi. And Gus now realizes that God 7 is now going on a flank. And look at that. Nexus Vanguard already out. And it's all because of Misfit International.
Oh no, that is quite saddening for our Nexus Vanguards, as they had a good performance earlier on. But wait, there's more. MSI now targets and challenges our Guardians of Angels, as Clayton Jr. will be confirmed by range with that Scarlight, as he still focused on the 3 players of our Goa. Let's see if there would be next to the victims of those 6 eliminations that they already had quite early in this game. For MSI, I think this is indeed their time to shine, and this is their map, because they are being very aggressive, even though it is just stage number 2.
Right now, for TTQ, they're going to get gate kept by ATS. And ATS, they're just doing their job right now, and this is what they needed to do in order for them to be able to get those elimination points. But let's take a look at GOA. Very busy in the early stages. They're giving a little bit of hints of that aggressiveness so far here. When it comes to objective as well, they're able to go to their positions, as CTS now is going to try to back out here, I think, because They're trying to get that compound where GOA is now at. But again, they got there first. So CTS will probably have to find a different position where they can hang out for a while.
And look at that. Time to quick, wanting to escape that engagement, of course. After having a bit of that struggle, but for CTS does, he will be seen by GG, but GG Devon also will be seen by CTS School. So that is just a 1-1 knockout trade. GG versus CTS as Boehm is on to that higher ground. I think they could easily be seeing GG in the process, but it's just stage number 2. They all need to move forward later on. And with that revive onto Devon, they're still now full squad. Meanwhile, for CTS, they already lost one, so they are at a disadvantage at this point.
And for GG now, they got one element so far, but so far they are all good in their positioning. GOA, they realize it's not a good position earlier, so they have shifted all the way here. But on the red rocks, right above is Team Max. He's trying to wait on if Rex will try to go out in the open. So nothing yet happening here in stage number 2. But we're left now with only 14 teams. GG Esports, though. They're able to find OM. They hear those gunshots. But now Devon using this MK12. DMR action right now. Only in Miramar, by the way. You don't usually see this. Even in Rondo, actually, Aya. They're using a lot of those SMGs and ARs. But here in Miramar, DMR action is always a go-to gun here. But Astro trying to explode the vehicle, but unfortunately, vehicle will be able to escape. And for YG, looking at Monboy, I think they're trying to get this compound. You can see them on the minimap, Aya. They're on a 3-1 split. Mernat is the one scouting for the team.
And as he goes nearer and nearer to Monboy, let's see if he will actually take the bait. Ooh, if he will actually go for those bullets, but Monboy will be actually the first one making his presence felt onto our young Galacticus. And YG said, oh no, not yet. Not yet. We still don't have points in this match, so we would rather escape that engagement and play with them later on than to be eliminated quite early in this game. It's just stage number 3. We still have 14 matches, we still have 14 teams inside of the game. But for Austria, they started off that battle with WIOF.
And Fern G with that precision spray, able to knock one down off Winning a Future. And you can see Winning a Future's spread right now. They are not able to revive their teammate Lucky. And now with Nong X already flanking their backside, they're unable to get close to Lucky. And more than likely, Fern G will be able to get that elimination. And Nong X, you just have to be a little bit patient here. You just need to wait on for Fern G to rotate all the way from the blue zone right into the zone where you're currently at. So far, so good for Austria Esports.
So far, so good for our Austria Esports as they took down and confirmed that kill on WIOF Lucky. And as they endure a bit of that blue zone, they would rather take that than face unnecessary battles inside of the circle. But for Gorex, that would probably be his final breath inside of the game as Austria Fern G would spot him in the process to get a win. Time to quick as they rotate and move around the area right here. Austria taking these red rocks as they are still facing our Goa with their attempt onto going for that revive. Some teams are quite quiet, Kuku, right? Well, probably one of the examples would be YG. We're not feeling their presence yet in this game. Together with our Infas of Viera, Team Max, and so on and so forth. So let's see if they are going to be reserving that energy for later on, but that one would not have much of that energy as UG Master D2K will be confirmed by CTS.
Yeah, the nade connected from Cool. And I want to add on to whatever you're saying, Aya. Infamous Saviera, very quiet so far, but look at this. It's a 1v1.
Ooh.
7 versus Mewtwo. I think this is the first time I've seen Mewtwo play now for Winning a Future. Oh, but God7 got spotted by Rex of GOA. That's it. Kind of like a help out here from GOA to the side of winning a future, and winning a future minus will get revived. Looking at the mini map right now, they're currently not yet in the circle, but look at Austria. Looks like they're gonna make a push towards winning a future.
That is quite interesting for the side of our Austria Esports, as they already know that WIOF lost already two of their players, and now that, or rather one of their players, and the other one is quite far, just like what we are seeing on the screen right now. WIOF Mewtwo is far from their location, but he is almost inside of our next safe zone. So as much as he wants to call his teammates right away, they still have to face Austria before doing so.
And Austria Esports not really overcommitting. Again, this is not the play that they want to make, because if they push winning a future, then they will be stuck outside the blue zone, or outside the circle rather. So they will just need to gatekeep the ones hugging the blue zone right now. Need to be careful though, because Mewtwo already had rotated all the way right over here. And for Austria Esports, they're now going to battle against GG Esports. And Kaya going for the spray down. Look at Astro, able to get a headshot onto Fern G. And Fern G needs help. So Nangx together with Top goes for the frag grenades. It connected to Astro. And this means that Top will be able to make a push, but from afar. I think coming from CTS, Cole gets Top down.
Oh, I think that is what's happening right here. Meanwhile, for INF, Infa, Xavier, they're joining in that battle. Also 7 support from afar, even also enjoying that blue zone and throwing those bullets in, but with those bullets being thrown by WIOF Shin, that will also be them securing Astra 7 support. So with WIOF, I think they're still quite spared from that push coming in from Austria, as that attention will be diverted and will be shared into several teams.
And for Austria Esports, looks like they will be able to manage to revive Fern G. So they're still going to be able to get 3 players up. But for how long? Because I'm not sure if they're in the circle. Oh, they're actually in the circle. The circle shifted all the way to the northern side of the playable area. So this means that they can, take their time, be patient, wait for the revives to come up. And after that, they're going to have to readjust whatever strategy they have currently so far, as the circle now will shift. Where will this circle go? There's actually some knockdowns happening. Team Hybrid XRA. One of our players gets eliminated by Mad Dog. Now the circle shifted. Just not that much of hard shift. It went to IQ here. CTS will most likely control the northern side, but for the southern side, it's just way too many teams, Aya.
Yup, that is indeed very much crowded as of this moment. Look at that CTS school. He's just taking his time to knock down one by one players from Austria, players from GG, and also throwing those nades, throwing those mollies. But that final blow will be coming in from Austria top to finish off the rest of our GG. Fern G now here would want to go for that heal up and reset, but on to the other side of our area, we have a battle going on between MSI and our Young Galacticus.
Fern Gino, able to see the movements of CTS. I think WOM will try to go for a flank. You can see him on the mini-map right now. He left the 2 other CTS players right now. But looks like he said that there's not much of any angle. And you can now go back here to TTQ and Infamous. Lion, very low on HP, able to go for the first aid. Here comes the backup here. It's going to be Isay. Now we'll try to help out Lion. And now Lion TTQ! Oh, unfortunate for Lion. Not able to get a hold of Miracle, but Miracle will be pinned down. And now here comes the third party. K1J right on the minimap, Aya. You can see them getting closer to Infamous. But now we switch back here to YG and MSI. The 2 Titans from Philippines and Myanmar. We're not getting damage from the frag grenades from Pretzel. And you can see them fighting at the bottom left-hand side of this circle. I'm not so sure who will win this one, but I'm pretty sure that YG is currently pinned down, because you can see MSI going for a 2-2 split.
And they could easily be caught in between the crossfire of those bullets coming in from the other half of our MSI. But look at that, K1J, one player would be knocked down coming in from our Guardians of Angel. Meanwhile, our Infisavier just hearing all of those bullets, hearing all those actions happening right in front of them. IQXZYY knocks down one as well. MSI is taking their sweet time before targeting our YG. Say Cloud receives a bit of that bullet, but would not be enough for him to be taken down. Now, as we move, we are moving from one team to another, one battle to another. Oh, what a nade coming in from Say Cloud. Throws that exactly onto MSI range.
MSI needs to move. And now Monboy will have to leave the IGL range. And range will be left alone. Will be confirmed more than likely by Yangon Galacticos. And this is the risk of having that 2-2 split. Now Monboy will go back to his other teammates. And you can see now Pretzel will be the one split it up. It's now a 1-2 split. And now they're going to defend two angles coming from YG and also coming from Hybrid XRA. And an explosion happened here. From Hybrid, they exploded one player off from Team Max. I'm not so sure who it was. But YG now,
look at that.
One player goes down. Ostja now is on top as well. That's Minus getting off from this lobby. And Shin gets backstabbed by GOA.
What a backstab action coming in from our Guardians of the Angels. But I was just talking about earlier on, I reacted onto that safe zone because that only comprises our team IQ. They're directly in the middle portion. They don't have much people around, so they're really taking that advantage. But for those teams who are still outside, who are still yet to push inside of that safe zone, I guess that would be a gruesome battle because left and right would be probably much more teams. So let's wait what will happen as those 9 teams battle out for that area in the safe zone.
And now YG, they will focus now on objective. Circle objective is now going to be on the eyes of Romeo and Say Cloud. Now Fern-G gets cooled down on the kill feed. While you can see Say Cloud and Romeo finding a spot here where they can actually hold on. But, on the flip side, Demios now gets Fern-G down. That's a trade knock. But here comes... Top. But Top goes down as well. One player left for CTS. And Demios able to survive the onslaught by Ostja. But look at Nongex cooking up the frag grenade. It will connecting. But then... the shotgun finish by Nongex. They eliminate CTS. Ostja survives at the northern side. But they do they have time to recover? The blue zone is now closing.
We will see that later on, but that was just very nice of Ostja to get 9 points in this game, and they're far from over. That was also a nice follow-up with that shotgun action coming in from that initial damage dealt by our nade. But wait, here's one more nade coming from Hyra, but that will not damage anyone else from YG. And the same thing that MSI is doing, they're both targeting our young Galacticos, so a lot of the eyes are focused on our YG right now, so they need to be extra careful, because if not, they most definitely would go down to either of the teams around them.
And you saw Romeo with his player doesn't have any helmets anymore, so with one pop of the head, he will go down easily. For Rex, though, he goes down. K1 Jane still alive with 4 members strong. They're actually able to go through this matchup with 9 teams remaining here. And if I'm not mistaken, they're inside the zone as well. And now YG, some of their players are very low on HP. Pretzel also is on low HP. And now here comes Hybrid XRA. Spyro able to get, or able to spot rather, Min. And now nades from YG. But more than likely, those nades will not connect. And Ryman, look at Ryman. Crawls right through, maybe finds some players of YG. There you go. He finds one. He knocks one. And now, unfortunately, from the other side is Ostja going for the third party. It's so unfortunate for Ryman. He already has very good view of YG, and there you go. He goes down, courtesy of Fern-G.
Max Spyro at the same time goes out of our game. But again, looking at the circle, if we're talking about fortune, IQ has a lot of fortune. They're very, very fortunate and very lucky in this match. Taking again the center, the middle portion of our safe zone. Look at this, Mon Boy battling it out with our YG there, but will knock down Master Smile. But with that rotation, eliminating our MSI at the same time.
And now Nong X defending. Mernat needs to get revived by Romeo. So Say Cloud will have to do a lot here. Now throws up the nade. Overcooks it, maybe. Yep. Overcooks it. But it's actually way too short. So he will now have to reposition. He actually sees Nong X. Goes for the spray. Not able to connect, though. And for Say Cloud, doesn't need to really stand up yet. You might get spotted by Hybrid on a far distance down on the bottom side of the circle. And now they recover Aya. 3 members still strong here for YG. There's a very good unit here for Yangon Galacticos. They will be able to defend as well this western side of the zone. For Austria, I'm not sure how they will be able to get in the circle. I think Nong X is the only one inside.
But look at that steal coming in from Invisivira onto our Goa as they were taken down by several teams around them. They will now have to say goodbye. But for Hyra, they have YG joining in the fun from behind. Backstab action is real coming in from our YG, and additional damage will be dealt by our utilities right here. But with that Molly not damaging anyone else, Hyra Ryujin is still trying to survive those engagements. Meanwhile, hearing all those bullets happening, in fact, Mod will be targeted by Kane right there. And again, a movement of a circle. I have no doubts that IQ would still be inside of the circle later on. So that leaves us with those several. Oh, look at that again. What a lucky day for our IQ.
What a lucky day, but here comes YG. Oh! Able to clutch it out against Ostja. By the way, Ostja eliminated at 6, but they got 12 eliminations here in this matchup. And this is what Ostja likes, this map, Miramar. And this is where they get those additional points. So let's take a look at the others now as Hybrid XRA crawls their position right through the bottom left-hand side of the circle. And they're not yet in, but they're left with only 2 players. And more than likely, YG now will go for the push. They know where Hybrid XRA is at. And now Min will be spotted. But unfortunately, oh no, YG, 1 by 1, they go down. Oh no. As Ryujin will be down as well. Will be confirmed by Romeo. And for YG, they're left with only 2. And looks like I think he was trying to go for the third party, but they cannot leave the premises.
Yep, they definitely can. But for the final player of Hyraman, they will have to say goodbye. That is courtesy of our team K1J. K1J is being consistent so far, still remaining here in this game after that win earlier on. I think they really did have that momentum going. But for the side of YG, they only had 2 players left. For IQ, they have the circle all for themselves. So again, it can still be anybody's game at this point. It could be our world champs, or it could be our new teams inside of PMCL, K1J, or IQ.
Yeah, and this is the surge of these rookie teams, actually. K1J, Hyra, and now IQ. But God Muzu will have to defend against the defending champs. Romeo looking at the frag grenade. 1 more second left. Ooh, actually, that was a good nade. Almost dropping God Muzu down. And he has to back out. Kane now will have to defend. Now getting spotted by Romeo. But that's a trade knock. Kane gets Romeo down. But the blue zone is also moving. They cannot go for the revive anymore. The nade will be coming out. Kane, though, will go down. And I think Romeo and Mernat can still survive this. Mernat needs to go for the first aid first. But he actually has to run. Because the blue zone is just way too quick. And now he cannot heal. Romeo will be spotted. The nade will confirm YG. Mernat, unfortunately, Aya cannot get in.
Yep, because of course it's already stage number 9 and he wasn't given a chance to even heal up, to even replenish his HP right there. But now let's focus on the two teams right here with that one nade, knocking down the other, securing the other final member from K1J would be right in front of our IQ, and they just gave us that high IQ plays inside of our match number 5, taking home that winner chicken dinner.
Wow, that was probably an easy win for IQ because all they needed to do there was just wait for the teams to group up at that very spot, and they were able to nade them down. IQ, Infinity IQ, able to get that winner chicken dinner. Another Cambodian winning, Aya, in match number 5.
Yep. Phenomenal win for our IQ. And now that they are also awake, they're giving us those plays. It just tells us a lot about how they prepared for this game, especially coming in from that week number 1 that they weren't able to qualify for the Super Weekend. Now they're showing us that they deserve a spot in that top 16. So nice one for our IQ Infinity KH that they were able to get that winner chicken dinner, and definitely we're looking forward to their next games.
Yeah, we're very looking forward to these rookie teams. We have IQ, we have K1J, we also even have Hybrid XRA, who is trying their best to be able to get these points here in week number 2. And again, this is a totally different week, totally different mindset, totally different approach from all the teams. And you can see now the performance of Infinity IQ, Yakola, Master Hong, Nady, and XZY or XI. But you can see that Nady is the one getting all those eliminations. 5 total for Nady.
Nice one for Nady. Meanwhile, for the rest, they just had the same contribution inside of the game, 1 elimination each. But for the damage, it is quite high for Yakola, dealing 565 because he was able to knock down 3 but wasn't able to translate those knockdowns into eliminations, but only had 1. So still GG's to Team IQ for, again, getting that chicken dinner, getting 8 elimination points, and with a total of 18 points for this match. This would definitely change their trajectory inside of our overall rankings. But for now, let's watch the highlights in that match.
Awesome highlights coming from IQ right there at the finish of match number 5 as they get the winner chicken dinner. 18 total points is what they got this time around, as YG is there together with Austria Esports. They got 14 apiece, with K1J still right there with 8 very consistent gameplay being shown by K1J. And you can also see GOA there together with MSI with 7 points. But again, the resurgence now of Infamous X Xaviera and Hybrid XRA Esports getting their own scores as well. But you can see now the struggles now by Nexus Vanguard right after when YG came back. They struggle. So when YG is out, Nexus Vanguard flourishes. So
Yep.
what do you think of that, Aya?
That is really quite tricky because you cannot always expect to not have YG with you. And with YG, going back to the game, as we've mentioned earlier on, they're now on the second spot next to K1J with that 11-point gap. And for GG, still at 35, tied up with Goa, just 1 point behind YG. 1 point behind them would be IQ after getting that winner chicken dinner tied up with BG. MSI 1 point as well with 33 right here. CDS with 27, KCHI with 23, and Time to Quick with 22. We just have a few points in between these teams, so probably, most definitely after match number 6, that would change the storyline for tomorrow as we start another day.
And again, with this overall ranking, we still cannot see who will most likely qualify through the second super weekend of PMCL Fall of 2025. This is just a glimpse of what may or who may qualify. But again, they need to move quick because, again, there's only 3 days to qualify. Today, tomorrow, and on the third day. And here are now the top 4 teams of match number 5, IQ, YG, Ostja, and K1J. Ostja is making a push right now here in the last 2 Miramar maps. With 12 eliminations for Ostja Esports. I am expecting them to do well again if ever they play on the next map. And when I check, yeah, they will play on the next map. So we will expect Ostja again to play this good on the next map.
That is really good because they really need to catch up with the points that their opponents are already making at this stage. But for Agunati, he was able to do that in match number 5 as he took that MVP title with 5 eliminations, 778 damage, only 103 damage taken, and equal parts of body, or rather torso, to lower limbs damage with 42% and 16% for that headshot. So again, GG's to IQ Nady inside of the match. And if you want to experience that same super smooth play, now update to the super smooth graphics available in version 4.0, where you could play without overheating.
Yeah, this is normally the problem for some devices. They heat so quick, you would have to buy like additional like mini fans. So with this super smooth graphics, it'll give your device much more room for the temperature. But for now, we're done with the 5 matches. Rondo, 3 Erangels, and 1 Miramar. We're left with the last map of the day. Match number 6. Looks like the Cambodian squads are able to dominate today. Will a Filipino squad, will a Burmese squad, or will a team from Brunei get a win here in the final match? Let's find out soon as we go on a short break. Kuku TV and Aya will be right back. Finally, we are on our last map of day number 1. And we are right back here, Kuku TV, together with Miss Aya, the casters for English Desk. Flight path now continues here in Miramar. From the bottom now to the top. There's an opposite flight path compared to the previous Miramar map. Looks like we're going to have some sort of the same gameplay as what we had earlier on, Aya. We might probably see some early engagement as well. Because if you remember, we saw 2 early eliminations in that previous matchup in Miramar.
Definitely. So now, most likely, we would have that as we are seeing 2 teams drop together in Puerto Paraiso. We have our ATSX versus our KHI, and as that is an early job, they would just need to go and get all of those utilities in, all of those weapons in, and they could go for that battle right away. But it seems like our KHI is having a good spread. They could easily gatekeep or easily sandwich our ATSX, but we will see that later on if the tables will turn in this match, as those around the middle portion could also have those early battles at the same time. But for KHI Jappy, he also already spotted ATSX Peanut, and that would be an easy knockdown with that M762.
An early engagement here. Hot drop at Puerto Paraiso. And this is KHI and Atlas Misfit. One player already dropped for the side of ATSX, as Jappy is just looking for additional items for him to be able to add to the arsenal that he has. Peanut now will have to crawl. And I'm not sure if he's going to be able to survive this, because if you look at the minimap, he's too far away, and that is it. First blood, courtesy of Jappy here, as he's able to eliminate Peanut. And we have another early engagement between Winning a Future and BG Lyatka. Ooh, a bunch of his HP is out, but the S1897 wins it out. And lucky, not so lucky this time around.
That was a good shot coming in from Lil Yatka. The amount of discipline that he had when that player of our team WIOF was already pushing towards him, and that accuracy of that shotgun, that was really, really on point. So GG's to our Burmese goals for actually pulling that off. But for the teams that we've seen earlier on, also raging out of the battle, going back to the lobby would be ATSX Peanut. But here in this game, he still have 3 of his teammates battling it out. So they could still have a chance, but we will see that later on if KHI would actually let them escape or if they would want to push them down already.
And for ATSX, since they were able to separate themselves in Puerto Paraiso, they will maybe try to go for a hard rotation all the way to the northeastern side of this very area. But it's going to be an open area right after that. So they will have to maybe hold on until the circle or the blue zone will have to close things out at that very area, and then let KHI do their loot, and then maybe just let them leave the area. That's probably the next best thing to do for ATSX. But here is 7 Support waiting for that gift, the blessing of one elimination, and Shin realizes the footsteps now being heard as he baits out from this area. And there we go. He bails out. So he almost got sprayed down by 7 Support. With him just waiting on top. Oh, but look at that. 7 Support now needs to be careful, because there's some suppressing fire from a different angle. But good thing it was able to get cover, as Austria Esports will survive for now in the early stages of match number 6.
That was a very, very close call for our WIOF. Good thing that Osda was on top of that red rocks and that he could not go down as much as he wanted to. So for Osda, at least they're also still quite safe and they're still having that high ground. But for WIOF, that is also fortunate of them that they did not lose any more of their players this early in the match. But we still have 16 teams. Again, we just lost 2 players. one from WIOF, and one from our ATSX. But the rest are probably playing it quite safer than they've played match number 5. So that's why we are quite quiet inside of the game. We're just seeing teams move around the map, just like what ATS is doing right now.
And ATS Pro, they didn't really qualify for the first Super Weekend. So far, it has been the same, Aya, unfortunately, for ATS Pro. They need to change things up, kind of like what K1J or maybe even IQ or even Nexus Vanguard is doing right now. So they need to do that next level play, I would say, for them to be able to, qualify for this week's Super Weekend. But look at ATSX Aya. They're having some sort of swimming competition, probably to the two islands right on the eastern side of the map.
Yep, that is quite fun for inside of ADSX, but I don't think they would be able to. Oh wait, first we have here. Hold up, BG Master Ichi will be spotted by Oza Fern G, and I think they will go for that push as BG doesn't have much of the players around. I think he is just solo in this spot, so Ozja will now take that chance to confirm that elimination, and that is unfortunate for our Team Burmese Gulls. They are quite far from that engagement, as we have here the final three players taking cover for their teammate, but I don't think that would be enough, as we have Ozja already near to his spot, but also Fast and Furious moment coming in from our Burmese Gulls, nading him down, or will he just easily shotgun BG Master Itchy? And here, with that counter attack, BG pushing them one by one, and with that knockdown happening right here, with all of his bullets going through, coming in from that shotgun action, Ajin X Watt.
Unknown right now, trying to hold on. Same goes to Fern. And Angex currently down. Fernji does have the shotgun of his own. Ooh! Oh, actually, no! That was a friendly frag grenade by his teammate Liliatka.
Oh, no.
And now Fernji tries to go out, but again, he focuses first on the player that is knocked out instead of that other remaining player of Burmese Goals. And now here comes 7 Support.
Oh, no.
But 7 Support is now pinned down, but there's a Burmese goal. So Liliatka goes down, though. And the 7 Support does have 3 shells left. And there you have it. Osja able to eliminate Burmese Goals early in this matchup. It hasn't been 10 minutes yet, and they're out.
Oh no, Burmese Gulls, our number 2 team inside of the game, will be the first team to say goodbye in this match, in this final game. So they probably wouldn't have those smiles on their faces before they head to bed for tonight. But for YG, they could easily have that smile, as they literally have a smile within their lineup. And with that happening, YG could just take 2 more points, or rather more than 2 points, and they would easily surpass and overtake our Burmese goal. So that is a good chance for YG right now, but they also would have to pass through a lot of teams before getting inside of the next safe zone.
And an update from the swimming competition. Looks like Zio able to get on the island first, compared to his 2 other teammates who are still swimming around the waters of Miramar. You don't usually see people swimming in the waters of Miramar because this is a huge map with most of the map is just land. You can see also a player from Osja getting taken down. This is Hybrid XRA now going in for the pressure. Eugene, the IGL, now commands his teammates Capo to get in. Confirms NongX, and again, that's it for NongX. His other teammate bails out from the scene, leaving them with only 2 players left, so that's a good decision for Osja. It is just a lost cause if you're gonna recover NongX in that scenario. But while that is happening, Kaya from the kill feed goes down, and this is courtesy of YG. Yangon Galacticos now making their moves, and again, this is what I said before we even started the 2 Miramar maps, Aya. This is where YG will get their points in the last 2 Miramar maps, and they are doing it so fine.
Exactly like that, surpassing our BG with just that 1 point that they bagged home as they went through that area where they got one elimination point. And for GG, they could also easily catch up to YG later on. It will all just boil down to how well they would play this final mirror map for today. But for YG, they're actually chasing after one team as GG pushes forward higher now. Will be spotted by WIOF Shin, and with those bullets pushing through, not enough for them to be securing that knockdown player, not enough for them to take down one more of Team Hyra.
And Shin just disabling those vehicles of Hybrid XRA. No more vehicles for you. They were able to get that reset. Oh, there's actually another vehicle right at the backside, so they're still good to go. They just need to be careful with getting out from that small shack, and successfully able to do so. Winning a future, not able to pin down Hybrid XRA. Circle is actually going right over to El Azahar, and the moment I saw this, I thought that ATS will try to move wherever they were, and they actually didn't. So it gives them a much harder chance now of getting that circle. And look at that shift; it is now not within their hands.
That is definitely not within their reach. So let's see if how would they target getting inside of that safe zone. But for now, we have your SBD versus or almost a battle between SBD and our Goa, but they are going separate ways. But for Goa, they're actually approaching our Infiziviera, taking the truck stop all for these two teams. So let's see who will actually start the engagement. Will it be our Goa or will it be our Infiziviera?
And ATS looks like they're gonna try to box in you. Ooh, that's it for you. Chi with the headshot. And for Team Max, the struggle continues actually for Team Max. And this is not the Team Max that we know so well from PMCL Summer. And look at that, Chi able to eliminate you. Now here comes God7. Goes for the CQC. And Mad Dog will go down as well. One by one, slowly but surely. Team Max is going down. This is really good from ATX. Ooh, with a surprise attack by Dre. Even with low HP. And now, it is only just Coronai will be left for Team Max. And while this is happening, Infamous Xaviera, I say, eliminate 7 support. And now we're left with only one more player of Ostia, which is Top, who was now bailed out from the scene.
Yup, but for KCHI Claire, he holds that nade onto our NX, but before he actually throws that nade, he would be knocked down by Superboy with that AUG action right there, and with Superboy also still targeting the rest of our KCHI. Let's see what will happen there later on, but with his nade almost knocking down ATS Hachi. That was really, really quite close, but for YG Roby Boy, he managed to knock down IQ Nady, but for Max Coronai, just trying to stay quiet in this midst because he is the final player for Team Max, but he still has a full squad of ATS just right above him.
Coronai will just have to hide inside the container van. There you go. He hides inside. At least for now, he'll be safe. Until the next circle, maybe. But for Jarrell and the rest of NGGZ, they're still complete, trying to hold on at the eastern side of the zone. They're going to have to battle against, I think, 3 or 4, maybe. ATS, ATSX. There's also Team Max right over there in that compound. So you can see now Monboy together with the gang of ATSX trying to get reposition inside this very area. Circle will now shift. And look at that. The shift now goes towards GOA. GOA has been picking those good positions so far for today.
Definitely, they're really anticipating those movements coming in from our zone. But wait, let's see if IQ Master Hong would anticipate very well the movement of YG Mernat Boy But first, we will move on to a different battle and go back again to YG and our team IQ. And again, going back to ACS and then GGZ, we're getting a bit dizzy with the things that we are seeing on the screen. But look at that, YG Murdoch Boy did not spot our team IQ that easily, and they actually went for that eye contact before he was able to see him, and he was actually knocked down by team IQ. I believe that was Master Hong. So eventually, good thing that he has his backup. Now let's see later on what will happen to team IQ, as they're just left with one player right there. But for team ATS, they all need to get inside of the circle, and the same thing goes for ATSX and NGGZ.
And good thing for ATS Pro, they're able to get through the circle without even being gatekept by some of the teams, because the other teams are focused on getting to the middle. As Miner goes down, but more than likely will be recovered by his teammate Jaro. On the kill feed though, Jappy and Blanks goes down together with Timo from SBD Vicious, while Monboy set up the smoke, but CEO with a frag grenade, knocking down 2. Miner and Jaro goes down all together. Unfortunately for NGGZ, needed by ATSX, and they can't really find any more space to go. But here comes the third party. Max Coronai comes out of the container van as he actually gets one down, but he's not able to confirm. That's the only thing, Aya, that is just so bad for Coronai. And another thing is he's not in the circle, and after that containers, it's very open.
Yup, Max Coronai has to face a lot of trials before being able to join that safe zone later on, but at least he's trying to join that elimination onto ATSG. But I guess he has a bit of that cover so that those bullets will not actually push through and will not penetrate his area right there. Before Miner, tried to actually revive him in that moment, but unfortunately he did not make it in time, and he will be eliminated, just like our K-Chai right there. But Max Coronai still surviving at this rate. He is quite strong, and he was able to dodge all of those bullets, while our team IQ will have to say goodbye. Max Coronai eventually made that vehicle explode. That's why he took down that kill finally.
And Coronai, even all alone, dealing a ton of damage to either of the squads. But unfortunately, will be able to spot him. Though, will be sprayed down by Joji from afar. And this is NGGZ. Will now most likely be pushed by either ATS or Nexus Vanguard. But looks like Nexus Vanguard and ATS will opt not to do so, because it's very out in the open. It's not easily, to be pushed. Also, even with a vehicle. Circle, though, will be shifting right at the northern side of the playable area, which actually, Young Galacticos will take it.
Ooh. For YG, speaking of take, we have here one more take onto higher up mid, and that will be a confirmation with 7 whopping eliminations already. We are just quite sure that YG would want to go to number 1 right after this game, as ATS God 7 throws that nade onto NGGZ, and both of the final players of NGGZ, that was and Mango, exploding with that one frag grenade of ATS God 7.
Beautiful nade by 7. Able to eliminate NGGZ off, and now they replenish. But they need to think about as well going through the circle, because the blue zone is now moving. This is already stage number 5. The damage per second of this blue zone is just way too much, unless you are with a full boost. So for ATS, they're now on the move now, on to getting into the circle. They do have a high ground advantage here, just right at the edge of the eastern side. So they will have to look for a different area where they can actually enter. And you can see now Top defending as he defends against 3 players of ATS. He backs out. He knows that he's on a disadvantage, but here comes the third party, Nexus Vanguard. 7 goes down. Hachi now together with 7 will try to get in. But looks like will try to clear things out first. While this is happening, a lot of spray downs happening from the side of Nexus Vanguard to the side of GOA. And now Hachi will have to go for a 1v1 CQC now. All because of these two players or teammates now dropped already. Looks like Hachi not able to do so. And he actually realizes that Austria Esports top is actually healing up. And there you go. Nice jump shot with that M4. Austria, though, has 6 eliminations. And they are out at 8th spot.
Nice one for ITS that they were able to survive that engagement even though they only have 1 player left. And with 7 eliminations as well, tied up with YG, both of these teams have shown us very aggressive gameplays inside of match number 6. So we're not yet sure we'll take that winner chicken dinner, but for sure, those two teams who are very aggressive has higher chances of getting that one home. But wait, they're actually targeting ATS right here. Those two teams that I've just mentioned knocked down one, which is God 7.
Beautiful sprays from Romeo. Ooh, he actually hit that player from ATS Pro. And maybe they can manage to revive the players of ATS. Not so sure because we don't really see them. Just the logo of their team. And for winning a future from the western side, circle is now closing. Look at how YG spreads out. And with that kind of spread, they're able to manage to get the circle. Same with the infamous X Xavier right now, down on the bottom side of the zone. But if you try to analyze this, Aya, YG right now has total control of this northern side and also of the circle.
I would definitely agree with that one because as we are seeing it, YG, as you've mentioned, has that good spread. They could easily have a better view on the different angles at this point, and they're inside of the circle. So all of those advantages go toward our YG and even the number advantage. So I believe at this rate, this could be their game, and this could easily be their winner chicken dinner. But wait, we still have several teams who are battling it out on the western side. We have our team Hyra, even our WIOF, and even the 2 players of our YG.
And YG now will have to battle with the rookies. Actually, there's an incoming third party as well from top, which is winning a future. So good placement of smoke from Mernat, so that he will not be seen by winning a future. And for Team Hyra or Hybrid XRA, they will have to push. They have really not much of any choice here. They will have to push towards Yangon Galacticos. And they do have some vehicles to use. But again, they might get sprayed down by both Burmese teams. But look at that. Smile, able to connect, and Mernat also with a follow-up frag grenade. Capo goes down, but Say Cloud goes down as well. Hash, and Mernat will be knocked down also. Smile gets the players of Hybrid XRA as they're finally out of this matchup.
Look at that. Unstoppable is our YG with already 10 eliminations. And we have Ergoa stopping NX Superboy. YG stopping WIOF Mewtwo as they are both trying to go for that revive. Say Cloud is now up and alive. Mernat is also still asking for that same revive that he gave his teammate right here. With the fast response of our YG, they could easily go for that reset, but with that knockdown again onto Romeo Boy, and with his distance, I'm not quite sure how they will be able to do that. But for NX Loki, they would want to push forward in order for them to take a spot inside of the circle, but they will be needing several players as well. Ooh, nice one for Say Cloud. That was really indeed a quick push, a quick response in order for him to rescue his teammates. So again, I believe they would still fight as a full squad.
And we're not now cooking up. Next target is Minus. Can he be deducted out of this matchup? Yes! The connection of that nade onto Minus. Now Mernat pushes in. Say Cloud will confirm that. And now YG is just eliminating one by one all of the players in this lobby. 12 or 13 now for
Wow.
Yangon Galacticos as they eliminate Winning a Future in this matchup. 5 teams remain here, Aya. And Cute Low-Key will be spotted by Rex. But here comes the third party from Say Cloud. He would love to try to get that elimination away from GOA. And almost able to steal that kill away.
Yep, he used a lot of utilities and even those bullets, but Goa still has that final say in that moment. And with that happening, Goa now goes up to our rank number 3, and that could still. Oh, what did happen right there? They were not able to get inside of the zone,
Yeah, the blue.
and they were killed by the blue zone. MVP goes to the zone right here, but for next Doji, will that be the same case for him, or will he be able to just get inside of the circle? I think he will, as he goes for that revive and tries to go for that waiting moment, but nope. YG would not wait. They would want to take one more of that kill, and now giving them with 14 total eliminations.
And one more for YG. 4 now total elims for Yangon Galacticos. They want to add more. Good thing that nade bounced off from that infamous player, Hachi.
ATS Hachi.
Oh, Hachi. Romeo did not see him. Oh, Smile now will be spotted by Forsaken. But Romeo with the AMR. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
An AMR now being used. Hachi. Hachi did not get spotted by Romeo. Mernat will spot, I say. That's it for infamous X Xaviera, making it a 1v4. A total of, if I'm not mistaken, Aya, a total of 16 eliminations here for Yangon Galacticos, and they may add one more unless Hachi will have to deny himself. But look at him. He will try to fight until the end. Hachi, what a brave soul. Like what Aya just said. And Hachi now will probably have to cook his nade and probably have to kill himself. But Romeo is still down. Here comes Smile. It is going to be a 1v1 with a great one. And here comes Smile, the best IGL of PMWC comes in, and YG gets the win. On top of that, gets a total of probably 17 eliminations in this match.
Nice one for Yangon Galacticos. Most definitely all of your fans would be quite celebrating at this point, getting that chicken dinner after those 6 matches that they were hoping that you guys get each and every one. This is the final chance for today. And as we have seen in the comment section, YG sure does not disappoint, and that's exactly what we are seeing on the screen right here. GG, well played to Yangon Galacticos for getting that final chicken dinner in the map of Miramar.
They want to be number 1 at the end of the day, Aya. They probably had struggled in the early stages of this day, but at the end of the day, Miramar is their map, as they were able to get probably more than 30 or maybe even 40 eliminations in just one map. But anyways, here are the stats here to show proof of how many elims that they got. A total of 17, right? 17 eliminations for Yangon Galacticos, and Smile got the most out of it with 7 elims. Smile gets 4, Romeo gets 4, Say Cloud gets 2. Oh my goodness. Who can beat them? Who can get the crown off from YG?
At this point, I don't think anybody can take that away from YG, as they are the number 1, most definitely as of match number 6. But let's see if they would, again, be able to maintain that up until our final day in the Super Weekend, just like what happened during week number 1. They dominated the first probably 3 to 4 days, 3 to 4 game days, but eventually in the final one they were not able to do so. But right now, with this good start, let's see what actually happened during that final match.
Beautiful highlights there. Just total domination by Yangon Galacticos in match number 6. 27 points total is what they got here. And you can see the others trying to make their way as well. ATS, Nexus Vanguard with double-digit total points. Infamous Aviera with 7. Ostia also with 7. GOA with 5. Hyra with 4. And SBD Vicious with 4 total points. Again, those last 2 Miramar maps, it's all about Yangon Galacticos. And again, more than likely, later on, we'll see the overall rankings where you would see YG on top. And probably week number 1 got slipped away from the top number 1 spot got slipped away from YG. It was taken by BG, but looks like they're much more focused, Aya, here in week number 2.
Yep, definitely. They are quite focused in this week number 2. So let's look forward to the next 3 days. And I believe that is also what we're looking for from the other teams who really, really need that final super weekend for this week. And as I mentioned earlier on, we're going to have that number 1 rank going to YG with 63 overall points, and that is quite far from the points that we have for K1J with 47, Go with 40, BG with 36, GG with 35, IQ with 34, 33 both for NX and MSI, Oscar with 29, and ATS with 28. Again, those teams around the middle portion, they just have a 1 to 7 point gap in between them.
Again, this is what we've talked about, YG getting that top number 1 spot. But again, for the rest here, on the second page of the overall ranking, CTS at 11th spot, 12th spot for Infamous. HI, they started really well, but ended up so bad here at 13th spot. Hyra, this is a bad performance for them as well. TTQ has also a bad performance. NGGZ also started pretty slow, and then eventually they went bad at the end of the day. But again, that is it for the overall rankings. As we now talk about the top 4 teams in match number 6, again, it's all about YG. Look at the damage output of Yangon Galacticos, 2,643 damage. It's just so much compared to the next one to them when it comes to damage, which is Nexus Vanguard, with a total amount of 1,593. Again, this is world champion levels of performance being shown by YG. And from week number 1, we saw BG can, maybe stop them. But here in week 2, I think they cannot, because they're focused to get that number 1 spot in the second super weekend. MVP now will be able to get by Mernat. He got 7 eliminations with a ton of damage, with only 327 damage taken, 26% team contribution, with 24 minutes and 55 seconds of survival time. Mernat is the man for match number 6.
Yep, indeed. He was the guy who was their key player inside of our match number 6 to finish off that battle here in our week number 2, day number 1. And we had seen 6 matches. I am definitely sure that you guys enjoyed, as I played together with Google TV, enjoyed all of our games.
Yeah, definitely enjoyed day number 1 here in the first in the week that we're in here in the English broadcast. Again, YG getting that number 1 spot right at the end of the day. Again, that is very much expected. But for the others, Aya, like K1J, able to get good games, IQ, able to get that winner chicken dinner. Those are unexpected for me. But again, thank you very much to everyone who's watching right now. And also thank you to our official gaming phone partner, the POVA 7 Ultra 5G. It is engineered for those who refuse to slow down. And this is the official phone gaming partner for PMCL. It supports PUBG Mobile and 120 FPS, delivering ultra smooth competitive gameplay. It is 6.67-inch 1.5K AMOLED display with a 144 Hz refresh rate, pulls you into a world so smooth you'll never want to look away. A 6,000 milliampere battery, 70-watt ultra charge, and 30-watt wireless charging. This isn't just a phone. This is the future in your hands, the POVA 7 series.
Definitely just like the future for players as they're using this device to play PUBG Mobile. So if you are looking for a new device, this is most definitely one of the best that you can find and you can get your hands on. So don't forget to check POVA 7 Ultra 5G around the stores, probably online or within your area. So I am sure that you will be the next player in PMCL once you use this device.
Yeah, most definitely. And also, if you want to be smooth with playing PUBG Mobile now, super smooth graphic is available right now. Update your PUBG Mobile to version 4.0. Enjoy the smoothest battlegrounds.
Nice. Definitely, this is one of the things that would help you play better, play longer inside of the game. So if you really want to improve your gameplay, don't forget to update to the latest version 4.0 for you to experience a super smooth graphics. But other than that, we have here, of course, our PUBG Mobile 4.0 Spooky Soirée, wherein you could definitely enjoy our new updates inside of the game. And I think this would be available from next week. I cannot pull my data right here, but most definitely you would enjoy this one as we also enjoy it.
Yeah, there's a lot of surprises dropping this September and October, so don't miss out. Also, my game, my rule, my survival. This is the PUBG PC, PUBG Mobile X G-Dragon collaboration. Launch date on PC is September 10. On console, September 18 tomorrow. And on mobile, this coming September 19. Don't miss out, guys. Please take a look at that collaboration. Also, the Lotus experience has arrived in PUBG Mobile. Take command of the road in style. Join the in-game Motor Cruise event and claim the iconic at Lotus Cars hashtag Emira and hashtag Emea. Precision, performance, and exclusivity await. Available for a limited time.
And if you are going to be inside of these vehicles, as Kuku has mentioned earlier on, you will not hear much of the noise, and it is a stable vehicle and is a very quiet vehicle. But before that, I think I would just like to shout at people in the comment section before we end. Shout to Vardan, to Kunyot, to Myo Minso 969, to Coco G, to Vardan. I just laughed at the comment. Buy phone, get caster. Maybe we will check that one. If you buy POVA 7, you will get one caster, but the caster would be Coco TV, not me.
a lot of sims in the chat, yo. But anyways, we love you guys. We love you guys again. This has been a really nice day number one, most especially for Yangon Galacticos because they ended so big at the very end. So for Yangon Galacticos, all they need to do now is just continue the dominance. They don't need to, give out these games in order for them to be able to get that number one spot. But anyways, again, this is Kuku TV together with Miss I Place. Good night, everybody, and see you tomorrow.